While he sent others to collect the treasures, Xianxia didn't remain idle. Under the influence of his divine sense, each and every single yuan magnetic divine stone was detected, not leaving a single stone unmarked. The members of Scarlet Star were quite self-aware. Every time they found a yuan magnetic divine stone, they would deliver it to Xianxia before turning around to look for more. The yuan magnetic divine stones underground were indeed different from the ones outside. They were of exceptionally high quality, with the lowest being 4th order and most being 5th order. 6th manager, over here, Guizi Yen suddenly shouted from 1,000 meters away, appearing to have discovered something. Xianxia followed the voice and arrived beside him in a flash. 6th order, 6th manager. This is definitely 6th order. Guizi Yan's face lit up as he pointed to a yuan magnetic divine stone, embedded in the cave wall. The divine light from the yuan magnetic divine stone appeared to be taking a tangible form, similar to the yuan magnetic divine light that was shooting out of the sinkhole. Xianxia stretched out his hand and felt it for a moment before nodding. It really is 6th order. Guizi Yan's breathing became heavy, and he almost wanted to weep from joy. He had never seen such a high-order material in his life. Although the previous yuan magnetic divine light was also technically 6th order, it was extremely dangerous. One had to have the ability to negate the dangers of the yuan magnetic divine light before they could refine it. This yuan magnetic divine stone in front of him was different. It also contained the power of 6th order yuan magnetism, but this metal element power was much safer to cultivate with. In his excitement, he also felt a bit depressed when he recalled how someone with no background like him and a mediocre aptitude had no choice but to use 2nd order materials and achieve the 2nd order open heaven realm. In his lifetime, he could only reach the 4th order at best. If he could turn back time, he would definitely not make such a hasty decision and would instead wait for his own opportunity. For instance, many Emperor Realm Masters in Scarlet Star had yet to even condense their Dao seals or had just formed them so they could find and make use of the many opportunities in the great ancient ruins boundary to break through to higher initial orders. The precious treasures here were much richer than in the outside world, and there were also numerous opportunities to be found. As long as one could leave the great ancient ruins boundary alive, breaking through to the 3rd order or even 4th order open heaven realm would not be a problem. Compared to his 2nd order open heaven realm, their future achievements would naturally be higher. Extract it, Xianxia ordered. Guizi Yen nodded and collected his thoughts before starting to dig. A moment later, he was holding a plate-sized yuan magnetic divine stone in both hands. 6th manager. This holds enough power for one person to gather their metal element. Possibly even more than that. Guizi Yen cried in excitement. Although this 6th order material didn't have much to do with him, he was naturally quite excited since he had personally found and dug it out. A 6th order material was worth at least 15 million open heaven pills. If he had this many open heaven pills, he wouldn't have to worry about cultivation for the rest of his life. It's acceptable, Xianxia added indifferently before storing it away. Xianxia and the others didn't have much time left. Once the yuan magnetism divine light sea above them was completely exhausted, the thousands of people gathered on the yuan magnetism mountain would definitely come down to investigate and plunder, so everyone hurried up. Each of them had a great harvest of yuan magnetic divine stones. There was no shortage of 6th order materials here, and this underground cavern was extremely large, stretching out in all directions. It was impossible for the dozen or so Scarlet Star members to clear out this place in the allotted time. But their harvest was naturally not small since they were the first ones here. After agreeing to meet up here later, Xianxia had Yuhi lead those from Scarlet Star to search in one direction while he flew in another alone. Along the way, Xianxia released his divine sense and ignored all the yuan magnetic divine stones below 3rd order, collecting only those at or above 4th order. The cavern was indeed expansive. Xianxia had been flying forward for a whole day, but he still hadn't reached the end of this network of caves. Furthermore, he would run into forks from time to time, which made him dizzy. After such a long time, the people on the Yuan Magnetic Mountain should have long ago come down, but this underground space was large enough for them to search through for some time. After another day, Xianxia finally reached a dead end. Over the past 2 days, his harvest could be said to be enviable. He had collected more than 100 4th order Yuan Magnetic Divine Stones, 35th order, and 4 6th order. In terms of value, Just the Yuan magnetic divine stones he had found these past 2 days were worth over 100 million open heaven pills, and this was only his own income. Even if he and a dozen Scarlet Star members' harvests were not as good as his, it wouldn't be small either. The only flaw was that he couldn't find any Yuan magnetic divine stones above 6th order. Xianxia had thought that this Yuan magnetic mountain would have materials at the 7th order or above, but he didn't know if it was because of his bad luck or because he was searching in the wrong direction, but he had not found any treasures like that. At this moment, it was too late to change directions and search. More than 2,000 people from up above had rushed in, so no matter how many treasures there were underground, Xianxia would not be able to obtain them. He didn't know if anyone else had found a 7th-order Yuan magnetic divine stone. Pondering for a moment, Xianxia suddenly thought of something and grinned silently as he crossed his arms behind his back and calmly walked back. Halfway up the road, a group of a dozen or so people appeared in front of him. When they saw someone in front of them, they couldn't help being shocked as the person in the lead shouted, "Who goes there?" With this shout, the dozen or so cultivators all secretly gathered their strength and prepared to attack. Xianxia walked over at a leisurely pace, but he didn't make any overt movements or show any hostility, causing these people to be somewhat uncertain of his intentions. When they got closer and saw Xianxia's face, the leading cultivator asked in surprise, "It's you! You didn't die." Previously on the Yuan Magnetic Mountain, everyone had thought that Xianxia and the dozen or so Scarlet Star cultivators were dead for sure. After all, they had gone down for so long without any sign of movement, so how could they possibly be safe? Only now did he realize that Xianxia was actually alive and kicking. "Why would I die?" Xianxia chuckled. The cultivator who had just spoken muttered to himself for a moment before forcing a smile and cupping his fists. "Sir Yang's strength is immeasurable. We all admire you." Although they were both Emperor Realm cultivators, this man didn't dare act arrogantly in front of Xianxia. He had personally witnessed the miserable death of Liao Yi by under Xianxia's spear. For a moment, they felt somewhat uneasy. Now that they had encountered this god of slaughter in such a place, the other party might covet their treasures, and if a conflict really broke out, the dozen of them would not be able to resist. Unexpectedly, though, Xianxia simply nodded and walked past them. The dozen or so people all secretly breathed a sigh of relief and glanced at each other, suddenly feeling a sense of absurdity. "Oh right." Xianxia suddenly turned to look at them. "What instructions does Sir Yang have?" the leading cultivator respectfully asked. "Don't bother going that way, there's nothing good there, pick a different direction," Xianxia suggested before quickly disappearing. Only when Xianxia's footsteps disappeared did they realize that he had really left. Someone asked, "What does he mean?" "Idiot, he came from over there. He must have taken the good stuff first." Only then did the person who asked this question understood. "No wonder we only found Yuan magnetic divine stones below the 3rd order along the way. It turns out they are leftovers that he didn't take." Fortunately, Xianxia was in a hurry and didn't have any interest in materials below the 3rd order, otherwise they would have been unable to find anything along the way. "Let's move in a different direction." The leading cultivator didn't hesitate any longer and quickly led his group to the nearest fork and entered another cave. As Xianxia walked back the way he came, he encountered many cultivators, some in groups of 3 or 5, some in groups of 10, and some even in groups of 30 or 50. All of them were surprised by Xianxia's survival. When people with brains saw Xianxia walking towards them, they immediately changed the direction of their search. After spending another day, Xianxia finally returned to the entrance. Looking up, the Yuan magnetic divine light that had gathered at the top of the cave had indeed disappeared. If not for that, how could the people on the surface of the Yuan magnetic mountain have come down alive? He and the others were still nowhere to be seen. They were probably still searching for more Yuan magnetic divine stones. Xianxia wasn't in a hurry. He looked around before flying over to a stone pillar. The top of this stone pillar was a smooth surface, enough for dozens of people to stand on, and only a few dozen meters away from the entrance. From time to time, people would fly down from above. Obviously, they were cultivators who had received the news and wanted to take a share of this place. When these people saw Xianxia sitting alone on the stone pillar, they couldn't help feeling a bit surprised, but none of them thought too much about it. With their interests at stake, none of them had the time to care about others and all went off in different directions. After waiting for less than half a day, Two fierce auras descended from the sinkhole above Yang Kai's head. Sensing these familiar auras, Yang Kai opened his eyes and saw two giant creatures, the Earth Dragon and the Scarlet Flood Dragon, flying down one after another and circling around Yang Kai. Each of them was sending out vague messages and information, which was really annoying. The two ominous beasts had put in a lot of effort and were both injured. The Yuan magnetic divine light had injured the Earth Dragon, but it had mostly recovered over the past few days with its powerful vitality. The Scarlet Flood Dragon, on the other hand, had been injured by those from Thunder Light and had chased after them in a fit of rage. It was unknown where it had gone, but it had finally returned. Stop quibbling. Yang Kai was rendered a bit speechless by these two. Although they couldn't speak, their divine senses were constantly sending out vague messages. He had no choice but to throw out 2 dragon blood pills to calm them down, whereupon each of them found a quiet place to lie down and refine the medicinal efficacies. Yang Kai also swallowed a dragon blood pill and closed his eyes to study the mysteries of his wood and fire elements, hoping to comprehend some kind of divine ability from them. Another day later, Yu He and the others returned, all of them wearing bright smiles on their lips, obviously having gained a lot. Sensing Yang Kai's aura, Yu He's eyes lit up as she led everyone to the stone pillar and handed over a space ring. Young master, this is our harvest. Yang Kai looked at her with some surprise, not expecting her to hand over all her gains to him. Yu He, on the other hand, was smiling as if it was only natural. Yang Kai accepted the space ring and sent his divine sense to investigate, but his anticipation soon turned into disappointment. Yu He and the others' harvests weren't small, at least 30% more than Yang Kai's, and they hadn't even let go of any Yuan magnetic divine stones below 3rd order. They had probably collected everything they could get their hands on. The remaining 4th order, 5th order, and 6th order materials were all there. But there was nothing at 7th order. Seemingly sensing Yang Kai's thoughts, Yu He sent a divine sense transmission. There are so many low and mid-order Yuan magnetic divine stones stored under this Yuan magnetic mountain. It's likely that it couldn't produce a high-order divine stone. These words made some sense, but Yang Kai was obviously unwilling to accept them. Putting away the space ring, Yang Kai looked at the Scarlet Star Group and declared, "You've all done well. After we return, if you have any requests, feel free to make them. Whether it's a 5th or 6th order, as long as you have the ability to refine them, this king will not be stingy." The dozen or so survivors were the ones who hadn't fled in the face of the hundreds of Thunder Light cultivators. Putting aside their loyalty, at the very least, they had some courage. As soon as Yang Kai said this, everyone's breathing became heavy, and Guo Ziyan also exclaimed, "Sixth manager, you don't need to do this." Yang Kai claimed that he would freely gift them 5th order and even 6th order materials. Although not everyone had the ability to refine a 6th order material, there were still those who could refine 5th order materials. This was enough to show Yang Kai's generosity and boldness. Not to mention, these dozen or so people hadn't done anything much all this time. Against the provocation of Thunder Light, it was Yang Kai who had single-handedly killed and routed them. All in all, it was thanks to Yang Kai's protection that they were able to survive. Following Yang Kai into the depths of this underground world was nothing more than searching and using some physical strength. In fact, if it weren't for Yang Kai using his earth element power, none of them would have been able to get down here in the first place. Exerting a small amount of strength to gain such massive benefits was something he had never even dared to imagine before. This harvest is not small, and this king is not someone who likes to enjoy things alone. Since you are all my people, this king naturally hopes that you can quickly grow up so that you can help this king in the future. Seeing that Guo Ziyan still wanted to say something, Yang Kai raised his hand and said, "It's settled. No need to say anything more." Guo Ziyan sighed and cupped his fists. "Then this humble subordinate will thank 6th manager on behalf of his fellow brothers." The dozen or so people also cupped their fists with excitement. "Many thanks, 6th manager." All of them stared at Yang Kai with fiery eyes, once again feeling that following such a manager was a blessing. If the previous Dun Yangzi was here, she would never be this generous. Then again, with Dun Yangzi's ability, she probably couldn't even reach Yang Kai's toes. Yang Kai added, "Some of you may have already refined different elements, so you should have some plans for your future. But this king will give you a word of advice. Whether or not you have refined any of the yin, yang, or 5 elements, you should try your best to refine high-quality materials. Although your foundation won't allow you to reach a higher initial order, higher-order elements might still decide your fate in a battle. For example, a cultivator who had refined a third-order fire element before would reach the third-order open heaven realm at best. As a result, if one's wealth were insufficient in the outside world, they would only seek out third-order materials to refine their remaining elements. However, this was the grand ancient ruins boundary. If one chose to refine a fourth-order or fifth-order yuan magnetic divine force, although it wouldn't help them break through to the fourth or fifth-order open heaven realm, as they could only reach the third order at best, when using their metal element power, they would be able to draw out more strength, thereby increasing their lethality. Guziyen said, "Sixth manager is right." A Scarlet Star disciple stood up and stated, "Sixth manager, I only want a fourth-order yuan magnetic divine stone. I also want a fourth-order yuan magnetic divine stone," someone else requested. The rest of the people also began making their requests. All of them were basically at the fourth order. Only 2 of them remained silent for a long time before saying that they wanted fifth-order yuan magnetic divine stones. Many cultivators in this world were constrained by their financial resources, so their initial open heaven order was not their real limit. For example, Meng Hong. Previously, he had refined third-order open heaven materials, but his limit was actually fifth order. It was just that a force like Great Moon Province was unable to satisfy his needs. There were some who went over their aptitude as well, of course, and were unable to bear the pressure of refining such materials, resulting in severe backlash and oftentimes death. Generally speaking, as long as one's aptitude was good, refining fourth-order materials would not be a problem. If one's aptitude were excellent, they would have a chance of refining fifth-order materials. As for the sixth order, only true elites with an extremely good foundation and aptitude could refine them. Of the dozen or so people present, nearly 10 of them had stated their requirements, leaving only a few of them with envious looks. They had already condensed their metal elements, so these yuan magnetic divine stones were naturally useless to them. Yang Kai continued, "In the future, if we have any other gains, feel free to ask. This king will not mistreat you." Everyone was thrilled and cupped their fists in thanks. Guziyen was now more than happy to offer his loyalty. This new sixth manager was so powerful and so generous to his subordinates, it was really rare in this world. It was also the blessing of these people to have such a superior. Turning his head to the left and right, Guziyen asked, "Sixth manager, there are many treasures here. How about this humble subordinate leads some people to continue to look for them? There's no need. Just wait here. Someone will naturally come to deliver them themselves." Yang Kai waved off. Guziyen was stunned, unable to understand what Yang Kai meant. On the other hand, Yuhi blinked and looked at Yang Kai, then at the special position where they stood, and then at the cave entrance a few dozen meters away, her face filled with horror as she asked, "Are you trying to block the way and rob others?" Yang Kai grinned. "This tree was planted by me, and this road was opened by me. If they want to cross this road, they have to pay the toll. Whoever dares to say no will be killed and buried." Yuhi was speechless. Even those from Scarlet Star were speechless. The sixth manager is truly bold. He actually dares to do such a thing. However, since the sixth manager had decided to do so, they could only obey and stand behind Yang Kai to showcase their power and influence. Although 3 days had already passed since the appearance of the Yuan magnetic divine light, there were still people flying down from above and exploring the depths. No one had left this place yet, but it was about time for some to try to depart. Although this underground area was vast, it couldn't withstand the search of thousands of people. Since they had already excavated all the places they needed to, who would be willing to remain underground without any benefits? As expected, after less than half a day, a few streaks of light flew over from a distance and soon arrived, preparing to fly through the entrance to leave. However, how could Guziyen, who had long since learned of Yang Kai's plan, give them this opportunity? He immediately stepped forward and raised his hand while ordering, "Halt!" The oncoming people promptly stopped. When the light around them receded, a group of 6 figures appeared. One was an older man while the others were young men and women. From the looks of it, they should be from the same force and had probably been sucked into the grand ancient ruins rolling fog when they were working in the Star City. All 6 of them wore vigilant expressions as they secretly circulated their strength. However, when the older man saw Guo Ziyan's appearance, he couldn't help but be shocked and quickly looked towards Yang Kai, discovering that it was indeed the god of slaughter. The old man smiled bitterly in his heart as he had personally witnessed this young man kill Liao Yibai. So, at this moment, he knew that the 6 of them were not this young man's opponents. If it was a blessing, it was not a curse, and if it was a curse, it couldn't be avoided. The old man cupped his fists and greeted, "So it is Sir Yang. This old master has been disrespectful. May I ask what advice Sir Yang has?" Yang Kai, who was sitting cross-legged on the stone pillar, opened his eyes and looked at the old man plainly. "I don't dare offer any advice. I only have one request. Please take out your space rings for me to inspect." As soon as these words came out, the old man's expression changed as a young man behind him shouted angrily, "Why?" No cultivator was willing to hand over their space rings to others to be searched. Everyone's space rings were private and had many of their secrets, so if they were given to others for probing, wouldn't they be exposed? Another young girl gritted her teeth and rebuked, "In your dreams." The elderly man raised his hand and stopped the youngsters behind him from speaking. He then looked at Yang Kai and forced a smile. "Sir Yang, please understand that although this old master and these unfilial disciples have searched the underground for several days, they haven't found anything good. Even if we hand over our space rings, I'm afraid Sir Yang will be disappointed." Yang Kai replied indifferently, "Whether I'll be disappointed or not will be apparent after I have checked." The old man frowned and added, "Sir Yang, how about this? We will give Sir 30% of our harvest and ask Sir to let us go. How about it?" "Martial uncle." The young men and women behind him couldn't help shouting. Their harvest this time wasn't great to begin with, so how could they be willing to hand over 30% of their harvest? "I'll only look at your space rings." Yang Kai slowly shook his head. The old man's brow wrinkled even more, hesitating for some time before gritting his teeth and raising his offer, 40%. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to this. 50%. The old man took a step forward, seemingly having made up his mind. If Sir Yang is still not satisfied, then this old master has nothing to say. Yang Kai still repeated the same sentence, "I'll only look at your space rings." The young man who had just spoken shouted angrily, "Don't go too far." Yang Kai glanced over coldly. "If I wanted it, all of you would be dead by now. How could I possibly allow you to continue quibbling?" When the young man heard this, his face paled and he couldn't help taking a few steps back. Thinking back to how the man before him had killed an open heaven realm master in a single move, he realized Yang Kai could kill them like they were ants. The old man smiled bitterly. "Sir Yang, are you really going to keep insisting?" Yang Kai was silent. The old man nodded and added, "This old master understands. Sorry for disturbing, sir." After cupping his fists, he waved his hand and ordered, "Let's go." He turned around and headed in the opposite direction, leading his disciples, seemingly looking for another exit. He had been on edge, afraid that Yang Kai would try to stop him. But after they had walked quite a distance, Yang Kai showed no intention of taking action. "That person is too much," the young girl complained indignantly. The old man stated, "You should now understand that in the 3,000 worlds, strength is everything. Cultivate well in the future and don't get distracted." The several disciples blushed in shame and nodded. On the other side, Yuhi asked, "Aren't you afraid they'll find another exit or forcefully open one?" "They're welcome to try," Yang Kai replied indifferently. They were 30,000 meters below ground, and because this was a Yuan magnetic mountain, the ground was extremely hard. In the grand ancient ruins boundary where open heaven realm masters couldn't display their true strength, it was near to impossible to forcefully create an exit. Even if Yang Kai were to try it himself, he wouldn't have a chance unless he used the Azure Dragon Spear. It was only because the Earth Dragon was innately proficient in burrowing through the earth that it could drill a tunnel this deep into the Yuan magnetic mountain. Time slowly trickled by as more and more people flew over from all directions, hoping to leave through the passage, but all of them were stopped by Guo Ziyan. More and more people continued to gather at the tunnel entrance. In less than half a day, there were already several hundred people gathered. Yang Kai was sitting atop the stone pillar, completely calm and composed. The hundreds of people below him were all clamoring in rage, many of them glaring hatefully at him, but none dared to act openly aggressive, only cursing in their hearts. As time passed, more people arrived, but none of them understood what was happening after seeing so many gathered. After asking around, they learned that Scarlet Star's sixth manager actually wanted to collect a toll before they could pass. Furthermore, what was even more shameless and presumptuous was that he asked to check the space rings of cultivators who tried to go before. No one would agree to such a rude request. After all, what if Xianxia snatched it away after they had handed over their space ring? There was no way they could defeat him, nor could they snatch it back. So although there were many people gathered here, none of them could leave. Hui was also here. Besides him, there were also several other open heaven realm masters. The crowd's eyes turned towards them, hoping that they could uphold justice. Naturally, Hui didn't want to be the first one to stand out. He couldn't wait to hide in the crowd, but with everyone watching, even if he didn't want to stand out, he had no choice. After all, if an open heaven realm master didn't stand up, how could he expect the Emperor realm cultivators to speak up? Raising his hand to calm everyone down, Hui stated, "Everyone, please calm down. This Hu will go and inquire about Manager Yang's intentions." The surrounding crowd cupped their fists. "Many thanks for your efforts, Manager Hu." Hui sighed in his heart and raised his head to look in Xianxia's direction. Afterwards, he turned his attention to the Scarlet Flood Dragon and Earth Dragon, who were lying on the ground not too far away, pretending to be asleep. Hui's scalp went numb as he secretly gulped before waving his sleeve and flying up the stone pillar. Guiziyan and the others looked over coldly but didn't stop him. Hui mounted the stone pillar, cupped his fists towards Guiziyan, then cupped his fists towards Xianxia. "Manager Yang." Xianxia opened his eyes and looked at him. "Manager Hu, it seems you've thought things through. Please hand over your space ring." Hui's mouth twitched as he forced a smile. "Manager Yang, you must be joking. This Hu only came here to ask Manager Yang what the meaning of this is?" Xianxia asked indifferently. "What do you think?" Hui said, "It should be for the Yuan magnetic divine stones. Since you know, why ask?" Hui's face went stiff as he frowned. "Although I know, I'm afraid Manager Yang's actions are not appropriate. Everyone spent a lot of time and effort searching for these Yuan magnetic divine stones. So who would be willing to hand them over so easily? Moreover, Manager Yang can't stop everyone from passing through without any justification." Xianxia raised his thumb and pointed upwards. "This tunnel was made by me. Isn't that reason enough?" Hui was stunned for a moment before a wry smile appeared on his face. This tunnel really was created by Xianxia. There was no way to refute this point. Xianxia snorted. "Without this king's permission, all of you used the passage created by this king's beast to search for Yuan magnetic divine stones underground. It's one thing if this king doesn't pursue this matter, but now that I want to ask to share some of the benefits, you're making excuses? What? Do you really think this king is easy to bully? I wouldn't dare. Hui quickly waved his hand, thinking that if this guy was a soft persimmon, no one in the grand ancient ruins boundary wasn't. After a moment of silence, he added, "Manager Yang, what you say is also right. How about this, you give us a number, 10%, 20%, or even 30%. If no one has any objections, we'll hand over the portion that belongs to Manager Yang, and you let us go." "A percentage? How would I know what you found? What if you want to deceive me?" "Absolutely not." Hui waved his hand. "Do you dare guarantee it?" Hui's expression became stiff. How could he guarantee such a thing? What if someone really was unwilling to pay up and simply took out some low-grade Yuan magnetic divine stones? "Don't waste your breath. If you want to leave this place, take out your space ring and let this king examine it. After the inspection, I will naturally let you leave." Hui stated. Manager Yang's actions are likely to provoke public anger. Xianxia sneered. "It's not the first time." Hui shook his head and advised. "Times have changed. Before, everyone's hearts were not united, but now everyone wants to leave. If Manager Yang insists on stopping us, will Manager Yang be able to stop these hundreds of people? Not to mention, there are even more who have yet to arrive." Xianxia raised his hand and took out the Fated Paths bag, grinning as he stated, "Does this king need to block the way? If anyone dares to try to force their way through, they will get a taste of this king's Yuan magnetic divine light. Hu Yi's face paled as he suddenly remembered that this guy had collected a lot of Yuan magnetic divine light. All he had to do was block the entrance and release the Yuan magnetic divine light if they provoked him. No matter how many people there were, they wouldn't be enough and everyone would be killed. Cupping his fists, he stepped back from the stone pillar. The two of them didn't try to suppress their voices, so the hundreds of people down below heard them loud and clear. Many people were instantly filled with righteous indignation, thinking that Xianxia had gone too far. It was true that his beast had created this passage, but there were so many treasures down below, so everyone who saw it would want to have a share. Now, he was even trying to block their way and rob them. How shameless! However, not everyone thought so. Some cultivators were considering whether they should agree to Xianxia's request. In any case, they didn't have any treasures in their space rings, so he might not be interested in them. The amount of Yuan magnetic divine stones they had obtained this time wasn't much, so although it was quite painful to give up some of them, it was better than being stuck here forever. At that moment, swishing sounds rang as everyone immediately turned their heads. The next moment, they saw a dozen or so people covered in blood rushing towards the tunnel. Guziyan took out a long stick and flew to the tunnel entrance. "Stop!" The dozen or so people obviously recognized Guziyan and quickly stopped. The leader cupped his fists and asked, "What advice does Sir have?" Guziyan repeated the words he had repeated countless times. "If you want to leave here, first hand over your space rings and let Sixth Manager examine them." Unsurprisingly, the dozen or so people who heard this couldn't help becoming angry. Just as they were hesitating, Xianxia calmly said, "In 10 breaths' time, the people who are chasing you will arrive. Either hand over your space rings and this king will let you go, or you can continue fleeing." The man in the lead's expression changed as he turned his head to look back. Sure enough, he saw a streak of light rapidly flying towards them. He quickly thought about all kinds of things before asking, "Sir, could it be that everyone who wants to leave this place must hand over their space rings?" Xianxia stretched out his hand and pointed down. "Those who haven't handed over their rings are all over there." The man looked down and saw nearly 1,000 people gathered below. In this moment of life and death, this man was quite decisive and nodded. "Good, since that's the case, sir, please have a look." As he spoke, he took out his space ring and tossed it to Xianxia. Seeing their leader act in such a manner, the dozen or so people behind him also took out their space rings. Xianxia was extremely fast, and in front of everyone's eyes, his divine sense swept over the dozen or so space rings before raising his hand and returning all of them. "You can go!" The lead cultivator was stunned for a moment, but he didn't have time to think about it. He simply cupped his fists towards Xianxia and shouted, "Many thanks, sir." Saying so, he led the dozen or so people behind him out of the tunnel and disappeared. 3 breaths after they left, a group of several dozen people came chasing after them. Seeing the group of people passing through the tunnel, they didn't hesitate to chase after them, shouting, "Where do you think you're going?" However, before they could approach the entrance, the scarlet flood dragon, which had been sleeping on the ground, suddenly flew up. Its massive body completely blocked the entrance, and it breathed out a mouthful of raging flames, scaring the several dozen or so people to the point of staggering back. Their faces immediately turned pale. Everyone below was also shocked. From the looks of it, if Xianxia really didn't want to let them pass, he wouldn't even need to use his Yuan magnetic divine light. Just the Scarlet Flood Dragon and Earth Dragon alone would be enough to seal the passage. Everyone immediately became frustrated. The leader of the pursuers glanced at the Scarlet Flood Dragon and couldn't help gulping before turning to Xianxia and stating, "Sir Yang, we are members of Emperor Heaven." Xianxia didn't even look at him. "Call Dingyi over to talk to me." The man's expression froze. He couldn't figure out what Xianxia had to do with the people who had escaped and why he was protecting them. But he didn't dare act rashly and quickly took out his communication artifact and sent a message to Dingyi. While he was busy, the divine senses of everyone below suddenly began communicating. Just now, when Xianxia was examining the space rings of the first dozen or so people, they had clearly seen him only inspect them for a moment before returning them untouched and letting them pass. It was impossible for that group to have found nothing down here. There were so many Yuan magnetic divine stones here that even if 1 or 2 of them had not found anything, the others must have found something. At the very least, they would have collected some Yuan magnetic divine stones at the 3rd order. However, Yang Kai really hadn't taken anything. What was going on? If that was the case, they might be able to accept Yang Kai's conditions. In any case, they wouldn't suffer any real losses. At most, they would lose some face. Therefore, after a brief hesitation, someone immediately flew up to the stone pillar and cupped his fists. "Sir Yang!" Saying so, he handed over his space ring. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and grabbed the ring, sweeping it with his divine sense before tossing it back. The man was overjoyed. "Farewell?" As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed up and the Scarlet Flood Dragon made way for him. This scene caused quite a number of people to burst into an uproar. If they had been mistaken before, this time everyone was staring at Yang Kai carefully, not daring to be distracted. They didn't dare to use their divine sense and just relied on their eyes. From what they could tell, Yang Kai had indeed not taken anything from that man's ring. If there was a first, there would be a second. One cultivator after another flew up the stone pillar, either directly or nervously handing over their space rings. Basically, Yang Kai just scanned them and returned them. After the inspection, all the cultivators left happily. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, more than 100 people had left. But in front of everyone's eyes, Yang Kai had not taken anything from their space rings. Hu Yi and the other open heaven realm masters gathered around. They couldn't understand what was going on. Previously, everyone had thought that Yang Kai wanted to take some benefits from their harvest, and he had even said as much, but now he was not taking anything. What is the meaning of this? Is he looking down on these people's gains, or is he looking for something specific? Regardless, Yang Kai's actions were good news for most people. Another person flew up to the stone pillar. He wore a flattering smile on his face. Just by his looks, he appeared quite shrewd. Obviously, he was far from a good guy. He handed over his space ring with both hands just like everyone else, waiting with bated breath. Yang Kai gripped his space ring and smiled at him. "Is everything here?" The man quickly replied, "It's all there. Are you sure?" The man hesitated for a moment before quickly assuring with a nod, "I dare not lie." Yang Kai coldly snorted and stretched out his hand, grabbing towards him. Suddenly, a space ring flew out from his sleeve and fell into his hand. "Then what is this?" Yang Kai stared at him coldly. The man was immediately struck with panic. He had obviously used a secret technique to hide the space ring, but it had still been easily found. "Sir, please spare my life." This lowly one was only careless for a moment. Yang Kai didn't even look at him and simply waved his hand. Scram! A burst of energy instantly sent the man flipping straight into the tunnel, leaving behind his space ring. Standing at the entrance of the tunnel, the man stared at the space ring that had been snatched away. His heart was aching, but he weighed his strength against his opponent before grinding his teeth and flying out. Yang Kai glanced over the crowd below and stated, "If anyone dares to conceal anything, this king won't kill you. But that man is an example of what will happen to you." Everyone's expression became serious. Some of them had been thinking the same thing as the man just now. They thought that they had found something good and wanted to hide it secretly. But in this situation, how could they have the courage? Yang Kai really hadn't killed that man, but he had taken all of his possessions, so how was he supposed to survive in the Grand Ruins' ancient boundary in the future? Time passed slowly as one cultivator after another flew in front of Yang Kai, flying out one by one. Previously, at least 1,000 people had gathered on the mountaintop, and then 1,000 Emperor Heaven members came. Later on, many more cultivators arrived, so at least 3,000 cultivators had gathered down below here. Although Yang Kai's speed wasn't slow, it still took him quite some time to finish scanning everyone's space ring. However, under everyone's watchful eyes, Yang Kai had searched through hundreds of space rings, but hadn't taken anything other than from the man who tried to hide a second space ring. Hu Yi and the other open heaven realm masters were constantly communicating with each other. And at a certain moment, Hu Yi suddenly turned to a cultivator beside him and ordered via divine sense, "You go!" The cultivator nodded and flew forward. After waiting for half an incense stick worth of time, the man's turn arrived. After handing over his space ring, the cultivator waited anxiously. But after Yang Kai finished examining his space ring, he smiled and praised, "A good harvest." He casually tossed the space ring back. The man was stunned for a moment before quickly cupping his fists. "Many thanks, sir." Inside his ring were 2 fifth-order yuan magnetic divine stones. He had been worried that Yang Kai would take them, but now it seemed he had been overthinking things. Turning around, he signaled to Hu Yi that everything went smoothly, to which Hu Yi gave a nod. "It's a blessing, not a curse, and if it's a curse, we can't avoid it. Let's go," Hu Yi stated. Although it was embarrassing to have his space ring examined by an Emperor Realm Jr., it was impossible for him not to lower his head in the current situation. Whether he could leave or not depended on the other party's will. With 2 ominous beasts standing guard at the tunnel entrance and the Yuan magnetic divine light in Yang Kai's grasp, no one could resist. The Open Heaven Realm Masters were also getting a little impatient, so they all nodded in agreement. Immediately after, several Open Heaven Realm Masters led their respective disciples towards the entrance. After a quarter hour, it was finally Hu Yi's turn. After handing over his space ring, Hu Yi quietly waited. However, this time Yang Kai finally did something different. With a surge of his divine sense, a plate-sized yuan magnetic divine stone appeared in front of him, which he quickly put into his space ring. Hu Yi's eyes bulged as he quickly shouted, "Manager Yang." His heart ached as if a few kilograms of meat had been shaved from his body. The Yuan magnetic divine stone Yang Kai had taken away was a 6th-order material, the only one Hu Yi had obtained on this trip. Only now did he understand that Yang Kai's refusal to take anything before was not out of mercy, but because he didn't care about the gains of these people. His eyes were only focused on the 6th order and above. "Do you have any objections?" Yang Kai looked up, playing with Hu Yi's space ring in his hand. Hu Yi's eyes bulged as his face twitched for a long time before he gritted his teeth and replied in resignation, "I wouldn't dare." He was afraid that if he were to say a single word, his space ring would disappear. Yang Kai tossed back his space ring and calmly shouted, "Next." Hu Yi took back his space ring, and although he was angry, he had no choice but to glare hatefully at Yang Kai before flying towards the exit. Seeing this, the people behind him naturally understood Yang Kai's intentions. This guy wanted to monopolize the 6th order and above stones. In a flash, some were happy while some were sad. At this moment, a heroic figure flew over from afar and soon arrived on the stone pillar. It was none other than Ding Yi. Seeing how lively this place was, he couldn't help but scratch his head and ask, "Brother Yang, what are you doing?" Yang Kai examined a space ring while grinning at him, blocking the road and robbing people. Ding Yi's expression froze for a moment before he forced a laugh. Brother Yang surely jests. He thought Yang Kai was joking, but after taking a closer look, he found that there were many people waiting in line. When they arrived in front of Yang Kai, they took the initiative to hand over their space rings for him to inspect before he let them pass. Ding Yi couldn't help but tremble. If this wasn't a robbery, then what was? For a moment, his eyes were filled with admiration. He didn't even dare to think about such a thing. Even though they were both Emperor Realm cultivators, only Yang Kai could pull off a stunt like this. Moreover, so many people gathered here were actually cooperating obediently. He was instantly overwhelmed by Yang Kai's conduct. Ding Yi asked, "Brother Yang, do you want me to help?" Yang Kai tilted his head and thought for a moment before saying, "N. Ask your Emperor Heaven members to line up behind you." Ding Yi was stunned. "My Emperor Heaven members also need to be inspected?" Yang Kai stated, "No one is an exception." He then pointed towards the front. Ding Yi looked over and discovered that this person was actually an Open Heaven Realm cultivator, but his expression was extremely ugly. Ding Yi laughed. "No, Brother Yang. You see, Emperor Heaven on the mountain before. Indeed, I saved many of your Emperor Heaven's lives before." Yang Kai interrupted him before he could finish. Ding Yi choked on his words as what Yang Kai said was the truth. If Yang Kai hadn't released his Yuan magnetic divine light at the critical moment, Sword Pavilion's sword formation wouldn't have been destroyed so easily. In the end, both sides would have suffered heavy losses. Even if the Emperor Heaven members took down Sword Pavilion's group eventually, they would have suffered heavy casualties to do so. "Brother Yang, is this really necessary?" Ding Yi asked with a frown. "Don't worry, I won't touch anything I shouldn't take. I'll only take what's useful to me." Yang Kai comforted him. Ding Yi stood in place and hesitated for a long time before making up his mind. He grit his teeth and agreed. "Fine, Brother Yang. My Emperor Heaven will cooperate with you." Saying so, he turned around and flew down, ordering Emperor Heaven's group to line up behind him. One cultivator after another was allowed to pass through with their space rings after a check. Xianxia's intentions were completely exposed. Even if those cultivators managed to obtain a 5th-order Yuan magnetic divine stone, he wouldn't touch them. Only the 6th order and above would be taken away. The reason for this was that Xianxia had his own considerations. There were many 5th-order divine stones in the depths of this underground cave, so if he were to really snatch all of them, he would be going overboard. Even if he were to eat all the meat, the soup should be left for others. If he really took away 5th-order divine stones, he might incur the wrath of the masses and would be forced to fight it out with these thousands of people. At that time, he would slaughter them until rivers of blood flowed. As for the 6th-order Yuan magnetic divine stones, he absolutely could not let them go. Even if he could not use them now, there would always be a use for them in the future. As a result, the cultivators who hadn't managed to collect a 6th-order Yuan magnetic divine stone were delighted, while the cultivators who had managed to obtain a 6th-order Yuan magnetic divine stone were all frowning. Some cultivators even took the initiative to take out the 6th-order Yuan magnetic divine stones so that Xianxia wouldn't have to grab them. However, there were very few 6th-order Yuan magnetic divine stones, so Xianxia only managed to find a few after searching through more than 1,000 people. After arranging for Emperor Heaven and the others to be searched, Ding Yi flew over to the stone pillar and stared at Xianxia as he searched through the space rings one by one. Ding Yi couldn't help but lament in his heart. A real man should be like this. When will I be able to act so domineeringly? Although he was now the head of Emperor Heaven and had thousands of subordinates, he still felt that he was a bit lacking compared to Xianxia. Emperor Heaven's group arrived relatively late and could be considered the last group of people, but their numbers were huge, numbering around 700 or 800. Originally, there were 1,000 of them, but many of them had perished during the battle with Sword Pavilion. After Xianxia was finished checking the space rings of Emperor Heaven and the others, a full day had passed. Ding Yi cupped his fists with a look of envy. Brother Yang has had a great harvest. He had been watching this place for more than a day and had personally seen Xianxia take 8 6th-order Yuan magnetic divine stones from other people's space rings. These Yuan magnetic divine stones were worth 15 million open heaven pills each, so 8 were worth more than 100 million open heaven pills. Not to mention, a 6th-order Yuan magnetic divine stone was simply priceless and could be sold for more than 15 open heaven pills million. Just sitting here had allowed Xianxia to reap so many benefits so easily. It was truly enviable. Many thanks for Brother Ding's cooperation. Xianxia smiled lightly. After this encounter, the small grudges between them had been resolved, and there was no deep hatred between them. As he spoke, Xianxia's divine sense surged as the scarlet flood dragon and earth dragon that had been lying low all this time suddenly crawled towards the depths of the cave. Ding Yi was puzzled. What are you doing? Xianxia replied with a snort. There are still people hiding here who think they can escape. Half a day later, 2 massive figures flew out from the underground cavern of the Yuan magnetic mountain. The scarlet flood dragon was taking the lead, while the earth dragon was following closely behind, and standing atop the massive head of the scarlet flood dragon were over a dozen figures. After dealing with the people hiding in the depths of the cave, Xianxia finally left. Ding Yi had left long ago. Although the divine stones beneath the Yuan magnetic mountain had all been looted, that didn't mean there weren't any Yuan magnetic divine stones left. The entire Yuan magnetic mountain stretched over thousands of kilometers, attracting countless cultivators to explore it. Even though the rich underground trove had been completely plundered, the entire Yuan magnetic mountain was still filled with opportunities, though the quality of the Yuan magnetic divine stones on the surface was inferior to those in the depths. Ding Yi led hundreds of Emperor Heaven members and scattered them throughout the Yuan magnetic mountain. Not only that, but he even sent a message back to his headquarters, calling his remaining several thousand people over, taking control of over 100 kilometers of the mountain range and digging it up. Flying down from the sky, Xianxia heaved a sigh. Even till now, he was unable to find a 7th-order Yuan magnetic divine stone. The main reason he had tried to block the road and rob others was because of this, but in the end, he found nothing. Since he was unable to find one so deep under the mountain, it was highly unlikely that he would find one on the surface. Yuhi observed his expression and knew what he was thinking. She pursed her lips and asked, "Isn't Sixth Order already quite good? Why force it?" It was as if she couldn't wait for Yang Kai to absorb the Sixth Order metal element material and was constantly fanning the flames. Yang Kai couldn't be bothered with her and simply stared at several dozen people flying over from afar. When these people arrived, they all cupped their fists and said, "Greetings, Sixth Manager, Seventh Manager." As they spoke, they wore fanatical expressions. Yang Kai looked at Guo Ziyan suspiciously. Guo Ziyan explained, "Sixth Manager, these are my remaining subordinates. They were quite far away from here before, so they weren't able to come in time. When they arrived, we were already underground, so this humble subordinate took the initiative to have them remain above." Yang Kai felt relieved. After becoming Scarlet Star's sixth manager, the force had sent over 100 people to him. Only 30 or so people had been on the Yuan Magnetic Mountain before, and now the remaining people had joined them. Compared to the thousands of Emperor Heaven members, these less than 100 people were nothing, but these were the only men Yang Kai currently had. "What's the situation up here?" Guo Ziyan asked one of the young cultivators. The young man stepped forward and cupped his fists before replying, reporting to Grey Commander, "We have been searching for Yuan magnetic divine stones for the past few days, but our harvest has not been great. The highest we found was a third-order divine stone." Saying so, he took out the third-order Yuan magnetic divine stone. Guo Ziyan turned to look at Yang Kai, who waved back. Guo Ziyan understood immediately. "Keep it for yourself." He knew that Yang Kai had collected nearly 26th-order divine stones. So how could he be interested in a mere third-order divine stone? The young man was thrilled and hurriedly shouted, "Many thanks, sixth manager." Although he was the one who had found this thing, if Yang Kai insisted on taking it, he would have to offer it to him with both hands. Now that Yang Kai had told him to keep it, he was naturally happy. Pondering for a moment, Yang Kai ordered, "Commander Guo, you stay here with your brothers. If any high-order Yuan magnetic divine stones appear, send me a message immediately." In the end, Yang Kai was still unwilling to give up. Although the chances of success weren't high, what if someone really found a Yuan magnetic divine stone at or above the 7th order on this Yuan magnetic mountain? "Yes." Guo Ziyan nodded respectfully. "Take this." Yang Kai casually took out a bead and handed it to Guo Ziyan. Guo Ziyan took it and asked suspiciously, "Sixth manager, this is a space beacon." Yang Kai took out another space beacon. "These two beads are connected with each other. Don't put them into your space ring. Carry them with you at all times." He didn't explain too much. Guo Ziyan naturally accepted the order, looked to the side and stated, "But sixth manager, although we have a few dozen people, we're still too few in number. If we really find something good and have a conflict with others, without you, I'm afraid we won't be a match. Just speak your mind." Yang Kai glanced at him. Guo Ziyan smiled embarrassedly and pointed to the Scarlet Flood Dragon and Earth Dragon next to him, asking, "This humble subordinate would like to ask sixth manager to leave one of them behind, preferably the Earth Dragon, so that if the situation turns sour, it can open a hole for us to escape." Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh. "You have a quick wit. Good, I'll leave them with you." Guo Ziyan was overjoyed. "Many thanks, sixth manager." He didn't need to fear anything with these two beasts around unless one of the few great forces showed up in full force. "Are you coming or not?" Yang Kai turned to look at Yuhi. Yuhi pursed her lips and smiled. "Wherever young master goes, I go." Yang Kai rolled his eyes and reached out to grab her arm. His divine sense surged as they instantly disappeared. Everyone on Scarlet Star's side was dumbfounded. None of them had seen how Yang Kai had disappeared. Even with their divine senses, they could no longer detect his aura. Space divine ability. Guo Ziyan was fascinated. Although the grand ancient ruins was huge, it was possible to go anywhere with such a divine ability. The young man from before came over with a sneaky look and whispered, "Grey Commander, we heard some incredible news just now, but we don't know if it's true or false." "What did you hear?" Guo Ziyan glanced over. The young man chuckled meaningfully and replied, "Some people say that our sixth manager killed an Open Heaven Stage master in a single move. It's said that the Open Heaven Stage cultivator was also the leader of the Profound Clouds Society or something called Liaoibai." The rumors were quite detailed. Someone frowned and asked, "Grey Commander, could it be that someone wants to kill our sixth manager?" I've also heard that our sixth manager is very strong. He killed the two managers, Du Nyangzi and Gan Hong, with just his Emperor Realm cultivation and forcefully entered Scarlet Star. However, killing an open heaven stage master in one move is a bit too far-fetched. Guozi Yen coldly snorted. It's natural to feel disbelief when you did not see it with your own eyes. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of the newly arrived group all changed as the young man asked in surprise, "Great Commander, it's true?" Guozi Yen said. "Sixth Manager's divine might is unparalleled. This commander saw it with his own eyes. How could it be false?" Everyone gasped in shock. The dozens of people couldn't believe what they were hearing, but they knew Guozi Yen was not one to spout nonsense. A disappointed look appeared on Guozi Yan's face. Although this commander is a second-order open heaven realm master in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, sixth manager can probably crush me with a single finger. The young man's mouth twitched. "Great Commander, you're being too modest." Guozi Yen slowly shook his head. "You've only heard that the sixth manager killed Liao Yibai with a single attack using his spear, but you don't know that our sixth manager killed hundreds of Thunderlight disciples, and even killed Bi Jian as well." Everyone was dumbfounded, seriously staring at Guozi Yen, trying to see if he was joking. On the other hand, the dozen or so people behind Guozi Yen, because they had witnessed the battle with their own eyes, were filled with an inexplicable sense of pride. Although Yang Kai had the Scarlet Flood Dragon's help at the time, after giving it a second thought, they realized that the sixth manager was still quite powerful even without the Scarlet Flood Dragon. The young man muttered, "If that's the case, is sixth manager's act of blocking the road and robbing everyone really true?" Because there weren't many people who had seen the battle with Thunderlight, not many people knew about it. But when Yang Kai killed Liao Yibai and robbed people underground, thousands had been there to witness it. "Our sixth manager is an extraordinary person. We are lucky to have the chance to follow him." As soon as Guozi Yen finished speaking, a cultivator behind him added in an excited manner, "And he's also very generous." Sixth manager said that as long as our brothers needed something, whether it's fourth order, fifth order, or even sixth order materials, we can get them by just asking him for it. It will be the same in the future. Fifth order, sixth order? Really? Some people couldn't believe it. A fifth order material was worth 1.5 million, while sixth order materials were worth at least 15 million open heaven pills. How could such a thing be given away so easily? Just how generous was this sixth manager? Guozi Yen smiled. "Whether it's true or not, you'll know after we return, but I don't think sixth manager will go back on his word." He then clapped his hand as a solemn look appeared on his face. "Good, let's not waste any more time. Get searching. Maybe we can find some high-order Yuan magnetic divine stones." After saying this, Guozi Yen walked straight towards the Earth Dragon. The Earth Dragon was an expert in digging holes, so although they had fewer people, their harvest might not be worse than others if the Earth Dragon was used well. Inside Yang Kai's mansion back in the Star City, Yang Kai and Yuhi appeared in a certain room. Yuhi was stunned for a moment before she turned around and asked, hesitating, "Is this the Star City?" She still had some impression of Yang Kai's room. Yang Kai pushed open the door and walked out. Yuhi followed closely behind and exclaimed, "You can teleport tens of thousands of kilometers?" The Yuan magnetic mountain was tens of thousands of kilometers away from here. But in the blink of an eye, Yang Kai had actually brought her back here. Even someone as experienced and knowledgeable as Yuhi couldn't help but feel shocked. Was the Tao of space really this powerful? If so, who in this world could possibly kill Yang Kai? Unless the space around him was sealed and isolated, if he could teleport tens of thousands of kilometers in an instant, no one would be able to catch up to him. This king's ability is not something you can imagine. Yang Kai sneered, not telling her that he had used a space beacon to accomplish this feat before he left. Yang Kai had already left a space beacon in his bedroom, so naturally he could come and go as he pleased. Yuhi asked bitterly, "Then why didn't you teleport to the Yuan magnetic mountain before?" Before, they had traveled quite a distance. "I've never been to the Yuan magnetic mountain, so how should I know its exact location?" Yang Kai casually replied. Yuhi thought about it and agreed. It was indeed difficult to teleport to places he had never been to. If something went wrong, it would be no laughing matter. As the two of them spoke, they had already arrived in front of a certain secluded room. 2 great Moon Province disciples were standing in front of the room, waiting anxiously. When they saw Yang Kai, they immediately rushed over and greeted him. "Senior Brother Yang, what's the situation?" Yang Kai asked. Before he left, Meng Hong had begun refining the Fifth Order Sun's true fire. Now that several days had passed, Yang Kai had no idea about the result or whether everything went smoothly or not. The 2 great Moon Province disciples slowly shook their heads, looking worried. There was no way they wouldn't be worried. Meng Hong was absorbing a Fifth Order Sun's true fire, and if he made even the slightest mistake, he would be consigned to a fiery damnation. Due to this, their hatred for Qin Yu only grew deeper. Their eldest senior brother wouldn't have suffered such a blow if it weren't for her. "He won't finish so quickly," the nearby Yu He interjected. "It's only been a few days. How can there be any results?" The speed at which one condenses their yin, yang, and 5 elements has a lot to do with their aptitude. Could take from 10 days to half a month, or up to a year or more. You've also condensed a few elements, so you should have some experience. Saying so, Yuhi's beautiful eyes suddenly shrank as if she recalled something. Furthermore, she was staring at Yang Kai with a look of shock on her face. Yang Kai had only spent about 20 days condensing what she imagined to be a 7th Order Earth element power back on Hidden Dragon Mountain. This speed was simply terrifying. When she was condensing her 5th Order elements, the shortest amount of time she had taken was half a month, while the longest she spent was just over 3 months. On the other hand, Yang Kai had condensed a 7th Order element in just 20 days. Just how terrifying was his aptitude and foundation? Yang Kai, on the other hand, didn't notice her thoughts. He was thinking about the time when he was gathering his elements and felt she had a point. He then ordered the 2 great Moon Province disciples, "Keep an eye on him at all times. If anything happens, inform me immediately." "Yes, Senior Brother Yang." The 2 great Moon Province disciples cupped their fists and gave a nod. Yang Kai then returned to his room while Yuhi followed closely behind him. Yang Kai had also slowly gotten used to her presence and wasn't worried too much about her. He then took out his gains from his trip to the Yuan Magnetic Mountain and started taking inventory. Yang Kai's harvest from the underground cavern of the Yuan Magnetic Mountain wasn't small. He had not collected any Yuan Magnetic Divine Stones below the 3rd Order, but had obtained more than 100 4th Order, 35th Order, and 4 6th Order Divine Stones. Just this alone was worth more than 100 million open heaven pills. Yuhi, Guaziyen, and the others' harvests were even greater. After all, they had more people with them. Furthermore, Yang Kai also blocked the tunnel entrance and robbed everyone, collecting a total of 18 more 6th Order, Yuan Magnetic Divine Stones. This was a terrifying amount, enough to even arouse the jealousy of the cave heavens and paradises. Only in the grand ancient ruins boundary could one obtain such a terrifying harvest. In the 3,000 worlds, one would never have such an opportunity. Putting aside the 3rd Order Yuan Magnetic Divine Stones, Yang Kai had obtained a total of 245 4th Order, 73 5th Order, and a whopping 26 6th Order Divine Stones. The Yuan Magnetic Divine Stones before Yang Kai were worth nearly 600 million open heaven pills, even at base market price. But if Yang Kai really sold them, he would definitely gain far more than that. He had suddenly become rich overnight. Moreover, these kinds of precious treasures were highly coveted, so everyone would be interested in them no matter where he sold them. Moreover, it would attract a lot of attention. "Young master, you've struck it rich." Yuhi also smiled until her eyes curved into crescents. She was as happy with Yang Kai's gains as if it was her own harvest. Yang Kai was also in a good mood, and all the depression from not being able to find a 7th Order Divine Stone was swept away as he burst into laughter. "It's not bad." Yuhi covered her mouth and giggled cutely. "If young master succeeds in the future, don't forget those who led and saddled your horse." Yang Kai waved his hand generously. "Don't worry, in the future, as long as I have something to eat, I won't let you starve." Yuhi's beautiful eyes sparkled. "Then I'll thank young master in advance." Yang Kai put away all the Yuan Magnetic Divine Stones and took out the Fated Paths bag. The Yuan Magnetic Divine Stones price could be calculated, but the value of this bag of Yuan Magnetic Divine Light could not be estimated so easily. Its power was immense and unpredictable, and few people in this world could resist it. At the very least, no one in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary could. However, although he had collected a lot of Yuan magnetic divine light in the 6 Fated Paths bag, Xianxia was still somewhat worried about how to use it. Normally, a cultivator could use this Yuan magnetic divine light to refine their metal element, and if they succeeded, its order would definitely be 6th order. However, there was probably no cultivator in this world who had the ability to absorb this kind of condensed Yuan magnetic divine light into their Dao seal. If they really tried to do so, it wouldn't be long before their Dao shattered, crippling or killing them in the process. Do you have any good suggestions? Xianxia turned to look at Yuhi. Although she was somewhat crazy, she was still a 5th order open heaven realm master. In terms of experience, Xianxia couldn't compare to her. Yuhi frowned and pondered for a long time before slowly shaking her head. I can't think of anything. Although she had previously advised Xianxia first to collect the Yuan magnetic divine light and think of a way to use it in the future, she didn't have any good ideas in the end. Instead, she wanted Xianxia to absorb this Yuan magnetic divine light. With how freely Xianxia was able to move in the Yuan magnetic divine light before, she felt he should be able to do so. However, saying these words would only invite ridicule, so there was no need to verbalize them. Xianxia was also at a loss as to what to do. Obtaining good things but not being able to use them really made him feel helpless. Moreover, if he didn't quickly find a way to transfer the Yuan magnetic divine light from the Fated Paths bag to another storage vessel, he wouldn't be able to use the Fated Paths bag for himself. He couldn't possibly open the Fated Paths bag and release the Yuan magnetic divine light whenever he ran into an enemy. Could he? It wasn't like it was impossible to do this, but if he really did so, the Yuan magnetic divine light would only last a few times before it was completely used up. It would simply be too wasteful. The two of them looked at each other helplessly. After a long time, Xianxia finally gave up thinking about it. In the future, he could only release the Yuan magnetic divine light when facing powerful enemies. If it was a waste, so be it. He couldn't be too worried about it. After telling Yuhi to withdraw, Xianxia entered retreat to comprehend the mysteries of his wood and fire elements. As the days passed, the news from the Yuan magnetic mountain gradually became more widespread. The news of Xianxia killing a 3rd order open heaven realm master while only being an emperor realm cultivator spread like wildfire, and many people were unwilling to believe it. After all, such a thing was simply too bizarre. Even in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, Open Heaven Realm Masters had the foundation of the Open Heaven Realm, so how could they be so easy to kill? Not to mention killing one in a single blow. Unless it was a sneak attack, such a feat should be impossible. But at that time, many people had witnessed it with their own eyes, so everyone became a little suspicious and a little convinced. Coupled with the fact that Xianxia had later robbed so many cultivators below the Yuan magnetic mountain, relying on the power of his 2 ominous beasts and the power of the Yuan magnetic divine light, forcing thousands of people to lower their heads and accept humiliation before being plundered by him. Xianxia's name quickly spread throughout the entire Grand Ancient Ruins boundary and completely caught the eye of the various forces, making him famous. With some people fanning the flames, almost half of the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary cultivators knew that the best Yuan magnetic divine stones on the Yuan magnetic mountain had basically all fallen into Xianxia's pocket, especially the 6th order ones. Rumor had it that in the Yuan magnetic mountain, Xianxia had obtained more than 100 6th order Yuan magnetic divine stones and countless 4th or 5th order Yuan magnetic divine stones. Many people had never heard of Xianxia's name before, but after asking around, they easily found out that he was the new 6th manager of Scarlet Star. For a time, countless eyes were focused on the Star City controlled by Scarlet Star. Every day, cultivators would rush over from all directions, and in a flash, the Star City was raging like a storm as it was filled with people. In the tea houses and restaurants around Xianxia's mansion, many eyes were paying close attention to even the slightest of movements. People would even visit the mansion and report their names one after another. The servants guarding the door had never seen such a scene before, so they quickly went to report, but since they couldn't find Xianxia, they could only look for Yuhi. After receiving a few waves of cultivators, Yuhi became quite annoyed. These people had all heard that Xianxia had obtained so many good things, so they had all rushed over to try to establish a good relationship with him. Each of them claimed to be extremely powerful and wanted to join Yang Kai's forces. Those who knew their own limits only wanted a single fifth-order divine stone, while some braggarts demanded a sixth-order divine stone in exchange for their loyalty. One or two was one thing, but every day there would be droves of people who came over to tout their own invincibility. In a fit of anger, Yuhi broke a man's leg and threw him out the door, making the mansion much quieter. Inside a large hall, several figures were sitting quietly, each of them exuding a profound aura. Other than the mysterious head manager, who was like a hidden dragon who showed his tail but never his face. The 4 remaining original managers of Scarlet Star were gathered here. Strictly speaking, Chen Tianfei, Lady Qin, Bei Yushan, and the Ouyang brothers were 5 people, but as the Ouyang brothers always worked and voted together, they could be regarded as one manager. Du Nyangzi and Gan Hong had been killed by Yang Kai and had died in this very hall. Although it had been several days since that incident, the hall still had a lingering scent of blood to it. On a special chair, Chen Tianfei sat like a mountain of meat. There was so much fat on his face that even his eyes were barely visible. Lady Qin gently plucked the strings of the ancient zither in front of her. The chime of the zither slowly rang in everyone's ears. Everyone felt like an invisible hand had stroked their hearts, causing them to relax unconsciously. Chen Tianfei coughed dryly and asked, "I'm sure everyone has experienced the recent changes in the Star City?" Bei Yushan muttered, "It's bustling with activity." "That's right. Many people have entered the Star City." Chen Tianfei grinned meaningfully. "They're all here for our 6th manager. I just don't understand. Does that brat not understand the principle of not revealing his wealth to the world?" Ouyang Bing added, "I didn't believe the rumors at first, but recently I have had no choice but to believe them. If I had known earlier, I would have gone to the Yuan Magnetic Mountain to take a look." Chen Tianfei stated, "It's too late to regret now. Everything has already entered his pocket." Ouyang Lai demanded, "He is Scarlet Star's 6th manager. Since he has obtained such a rich harvest, he should at least hand over a portion of it, so why hasn't there been any movement since he returned?" Chen Tianfei turned his head and glanced at him. "How about manager Ouyang go and ask him for his treasures then?" Ouyang Lai's expression froze. How could he dare to make such a demand? He had personally witnessed Yang Kai killing Du Nyangzi and Gan Hong that day. Those two had not even lasted 10 breaths in front of Yang Kai. So even if the 2 brothers joined forces, they would not be Yang Kai's match. Chen Tianfei looked at him for a moment before clearing his throat and speaking, "Let's not talk about how much 6th manager has gained. The important point is that he has offended many people at the Yuan Magnetic Mountain. Thunderlight's manager Zhu personally came to me and told me that he killed some 200 of their Thunderlight disciples. Even Bi Jian tragically lost his life at 6th manager's hands. Manager Zhu demanded Scarlet Star give them an explanation." "Thunderlight wants my Scarlet Star to give them an explanation?" Ouyang Bing raised his brow. "Give an explanation, my ass." Bei Yushan shouted angrily. "In the past, Scarlet Star and Thunderlight clashed many times, and thousands of our Scarlet Star's members died at their hands. So why haven't they come to give us an explanation for that? If you ask me, the 6th manager did a good job this time. This old master found that brat Bi Jian to be extremely annoying, but I just couldn't find an opportunity to kill him. I'll go and offer the 6th manager a toast later." Chen Tianfei's brow twitched. On the other side, Lady Qin pressed down on the strings of her zither and asked, "What did the head manager say?" Chen Tianfei slowly shook his head. "Head manager didn't say anything." "He doesn't care?" Ouyang Lai asked. Chen Tianfei added, "We can ignore Thunderlight, but we need to be wary of Sword Pavilion." Bei Yushan was stunned and asked, "What does this have to do with Sword Pavilion?" Bei Yushan was quite tall and muscular, and his personality was quite straightforward too. He had been cultivating in seclusion for the past few days, so he didn't know much about the outside world. If it weren't for Chen Tianfei summoning him, he wouldn't have come out either. Lady Qin softly replied, "I heard that Sword Pavilion lost several dozen disciples on the Yuan Magnetic Mountain because of our 6th manager and that even their sword formation was broken. Zhong Fan, Luo Qingyun, and Lu Shuer escaped with heavy injuries and nearly lost their lives there." Bei Yushan's eyes bulged as he asked Wind incredulity, Even that old bastard Zhongfan was seriously injured? Was this also the handiwork of our sixth manager? As a manager of Scarlet Star, how could Bei Yushan not know how terrifying Sword Pavilion was? Luo Qingyun and Lu Shui were both fourth-order Open Heaven Realm Masters, but Zhongfan was a fifth-order Open Heaven Realm Master. Chen Tianfei waved it off in denial and replied, he didn't take action personally, but this matter is directly related to him. It can even be said that the deaths of those Sword Pavilion disciples were all caused by sixth manager. Did Sword Pavilion also send someone over to talk to us? Lady Qin furrowed her brow. Just as Chen Tianfei had said, Scarlet Star was not afraid of Thunder Light, but if they could avoid provoking Sword Pavilion, it was best to do so. After spending so many years together in the Star City, even they weren't clear about the true extent of Sword Pavilion's foundation. If Sword Pavilion had sent someone over, it would have been far better. Chen Tianfei sighed heavily. Unfortunately, they didn't. When Lady Qin and the others heard this, they couldn't help but frown as a worried look blanketed everyone's face. You also know how crazy those sword cultivators can be, Chen Tianfei added with a frown. Sixth manager used Scarlet Star's name to provoke so many people on the Yuan Magnetic Mountain that now they are mortal enemies of our Scarlet Star. There's no way this matter can be resolved peacefully. These past few days, my eyelids have been twitching violently, like a storm is brewing. Sword Pavilion will never let this matter rest. Lady Qin slowly shook her head. Yonglai added, this matter is difficult to handle. If it was just an injury, it would have been fine, but the key is that many people have died. Moreover, the Starfall Sword Formation is the foundation of Sword Pavilion. If this sword formation was broken, it would be equivalent to slapping Sword Pavilion's face. Sword Pavilion will definitely not let this go. Yangbing continued, pass down the order, tell everyone to be extra cautious, especially of Sword Pavilion disciples. Stay as far away from them as possible. It's best not to have any contact with them. Chen Tianfei heaved a sigh. I think so too. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have let that young bastard become the sixth manager. In just a few days, he has caused my Scarlet Star's enemies to multiply several-fold. How can my Scarlet Star maintain its position in the grand ancient ruins boundary in the future? Hateful. What's the point of regretting after the fact? When he killed Dun Yangzi and Gan Hong, who would dare say no? These words made sense. If they hadn't agreed to Yang Kai joining Scarlet Star, Dun Yangzi and Gan Hong would not have been the only ones to die that day. However, thinking about the current situation, Chen Tianfei's mouth was filled with bitterness as if he swallowed a mouthful of bitter gourd. In his heart, he decided that he would pay a visit to Yang Kai later and ask him to restrain himself a little in the future. Scarlet Star could not afford to make more enemies. If he were to incur public anger again, it would be difficult for him to continue living in the grand ancient ruins boundary. After dispersing, Chen Tianfei immediately rushed to Yang Kai's mansion. Even all the fat on his body failed to stop him from moving quickly. Soon, he arrived in front of Yang Kai's mansion and couldn't help frowning. With his fourth-order Open Heaven Realm Foundation, he could naturally perceive everything within a few thousand meters. Everyone's eyes were glued on Yang Kai's mansion, knowing that beyond the walls there were dozens of sixth-order Yuan magnetism divine stones. Since Yang Kai had taken all the most precious treasures in the entire Yuan Magnetic Mountain, who wouldn't be jealous? Even Chen Tianfei felt jealous. Some people were standing in front of the mansion. It was a group of people led by a young lord who looked pretty arrogant. His nose was pointed straight towards the sky, giving the impression that he was second to only the heavens themselves. A guard like Cultivator shouted, "Call your master out!" Inside the main entrance, Chan Yu's pretty face turned pale as she weakly asked, looking at this group of fierce-looking people, "Is there something I can help you with?" Over the past few days, many people had come to visit Yang Kai. Each of them was scheming something, but after he broke the legs of one of them and tossed him out in a fit of rage, it had become much quieter. Surprisingly, though, someone was here today, and the person who had come was far more aggressive than anyone before. What's more, the person who had spoken just now clearly exuded the aura of an Open Heaven Realm Master. Chun Yu had never seen someone like him and was momentarily at a loss. The guard replied, "Whether we want something or not is of no relevance to a mere servant. Now call your master out. Although Chan Yu was somewhat scheming to climb up the social ladder and had some strength of her own, her worldly experience was lacking. At this moment, she couldn't tell this group's origins, so after informing him to wait a moment, she hurriedly went in to find Yuhi. She didn't know that Yang Kai was in a retreat or that she couldn't meet him face to face. After what had happened with Zhao Xingqian, she was already thankful that she was still here, so how could she have the courage to see Yang Kai? Yuhi was currently doing her makeup in front of her mirror when she heard about the commotion. Her pretty face immediately turned gloomy as she snarled, "How annoying!" Throwing down her tools, she angrily stated, "Let's go see what kind of cat or dog it is." She then lifted her long dress and walked out. When they arrived at the door, Yuhi frowned slightly. Yuhi's eyesight wasn't good enough to tell the opposite party's details exactly, but as a fifth-order open heaven realm master, she could tell at a glance that this person's identity was quite extraordinary. After all, how could someone who could use an open heaven realm master as a guard be just an ordinary person? Although she was facing two second-order open heaven realm masters on the opposite side, Yuhi's own strength was extraordinary, so she wasn't too afraid of them. "Who are you?" Yuhi looked at the leading guard and asked, glancing towards the young lord behind. Previously, when Chan Yu was speaking, this young lord's nose was pointed up in the air. He didn't even spare Chan Yu a glance, but when Yuhi walked out, this young lord's eyes actually lit up as he swept Yuhi from head to toe, even clicking his tongue in delight. He looked extremely happy. Yuhi coldly snorted in her heart, but her expression remained unchanged. Before the guard could speak, the young lord asked, "Are you the master of this place? Wasn't it a man?" Yuhi pursed her lips and smiled. "My young master is currently in seclusion, so he can't come out to receive guests." "Young master?" The young lord was shocked and looked at Yuhi suspiciously. "Then you are—" "Of course, I am the young master's maid." When the young lord heard this, he immediately showed a pained look and shook his head. What a waste! What a waste of a great beauty! This beautiful woman in front of him was actually someone else's maid. He was afraid she had been defiled countless times, causing him a great deal of pain. However, after thinking about it, even if that was the case, what did it matter? He was just looking for some fun, not a wife. If he was unhappy in the future, he could just throw her away. He immediately smiled and made an offer. "Young lady, do you want to abandon your young master and follow me? If you are willing to follow this young master can guarantee that you will leave this grand ancient ruins boundary safely and have a bright future." As soon as these words came out, Yuhi was still smiling, but the guard who had spoken earlier had a change in expression. They immediately approached the young lord and whispered, "Young master, it's best to not provoke her." "Why?" The young lord was puzzled. The guard replied, "This humble subordinate observed her aura and found that she is a mid-rank open heaven realm master. He couldn't see Yuhi's exact cultivation, but he could not be mistaken." "How is that possible?" The young lord was also shocked. No matter how indolent he was, he knew what being a mid-rank open heaven realm master meant. He couldn't believe it because Yuhi had just claimed that she was a maid. Who could possibly use a mid-rank open heaven realm master as a maid? Even he only had 2 second-order open heaven realm cultivators as servants. How could the owner of this mansion be more powerful and prestigious than him? The guard slowly shook his head, his expression solemn. The young lord sneered. "So what if she's a mid-rank open heaven realm master? Does she dare to hit me?" Although he said so, he no longer dared to look at Yuhi so wantonly. The guard turned his head and cupped his fist, adding, "Young lady, please forgive us. We come from Azure Nether Paradise. I believe young lady has heard of it." Azure Nether Paradise. Yuhi's expression became serious. She had naturally heard of it. The 3,000 worlds were ruled by 36 cave heavens and 72 paradises. Anyone who dared to attach paradise to their name must be one of the 72. Ordinary people could not afford to provoke them. She had long seen that this group of people had some kind of background, but she hadn't expected them to be from Azure Nether Paradise. Moreover, with 2 open heaven realm masters as guards, this young man's status in the Azure Nether Paradise surely wasn't too bad. So everyone is from Azure Nether Paradise. What brings you here? The Second Order Open Heaven Realm Guard replied, It's like this, my young lord is a great appreciator of talents. After hearing that the master of this place is quite strong, he wanted to take him under his wing. That's right. The young lord nodded and stated, In this world, it's easy to obtain 1,000 gold coins, but it's hard to find a true talent. This young master has taken a fancy to your young master. Please ask him to come out to see me. As long as he follows this young master in the future, once he leaves the grand ancient ruins boundary, it won't be a problem to bring him into Azure Nether Paradise. He wore a proud expression, believing that no one would refuse such a condition. On the other hand, Yuhi's expression was extremely strange. Yang Kai was a heaven-gifted genius, but now someone wanted to take him under their wing? Yuhi had never seen such a shameless person in her life. If it were anyone else, she would have broken their legs and driven them away right then and there, but these people in front of her were from Azure Nether Paradise, so Yuhi couldn't do anything to them. If she caused trouble for Yang Kai, it would be a disaster once they left the grand ancient ruins boundary. My young master is currently in retreat. Why don't you all go back for now and come when he exits? Yuhi suggested. The young man, however, simply demanded, just call him out. I'm afraid that's not possible. Yuhi slowly shook her head. The young man lashed out angrily. Why is it not possible? It is his honor that this young master personally came to see him. He should appreciate it and give me face. Yuhi sneered lightly as she gradually lost her patience. She was afraid of Azure Nether Paradise, not this pompous young master in front of her, so how could she take his threats seriously? This boy had repeatedly spoken rudely. If he really angered her, she wasn't afraid of beating him up either. The guard who had just spoken leaned forward and whispered something into the young man's ear. The young man's brow wrinkled, and his expression became gloomy for a moment before he spoke with a look of displeasure. Fine. This young master will stay in the largest in here. When your young master comes out of seclusion, call him over to see me immediately. Yuhi nodded lightly. Of course. The young man glanced at Yuhi again, slowly shaking his head and sighing as he finally left. Yuhi turned her head and looked towards the distance, greeting with a smile. Manager Chen, you're here too. Chun Tianfei was standing not far away and had not concealed his whereabouts. Naturally, Yuhi would not fail to spot him. Chun Tianfei squinted as all his fat stacked up on his face squeezed together, leaving just 2 slight gaps where his eyes should be. His extremely stout body moved as he made his way to the entrance of the mansion before he cupped his fist and greeted in return. 7th Manager. He turned his head towards the young man and asked, Who was that? Yuhi replied, They claim to be from Azure Nether Paradise, but who knows whether it's true or false? Chen Tianfei added with a nod, for a mere Emperor Realm Jr. to be able to obtain 2 Open Heaven Realm Masters as guards, even if he isn't from Azure Nether Paradise, his background must be quite astounding. What were they here for? Yuhi covered her mouth, giggling. He said he fancied my young master and wanted to take him under his wing. Don't you think it's funny? Chen Tianfei chuckled and agreed. He's really overestimating himself. How could a freak like Yang Kai submit to someone else, especially in the grand ancient ruins boundary? Having personally witnessed Yang Kai's might, Chun Tianfei felt that there was probably no one in the grand ancient ruins boundary who could match him unless they fought with numbers or arranged powerful arrays beforehand. Chun Tianfei thus changed the subject, asking, Where is 6th Manager? Manager Chin is also here for young master? Yuhi wore a regretful expression. Unfortunately, young master happens to be in retreat. Chen Tianfei was stunned for a moment, thinking that Yang Kai had just returned from the Yuan Magnetic Mountain not long ago, so how could he have gone into retreat? Still, he nodded in understanding before saying, Then I'll say what I was going to tell him to you, 7th Manager. Yuhi invited, Come in, let's talk inside. At the end of the day, they were both members of Scarlet Star, so it wouldn't be appropriate to keep him outside. Furthermore, Yuhi also wanted to know what Chun Tianfei's intentions were. After inviting him into the guest hall, Chun, you serve tea. Chun Tianfei didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. Yang Kai's actions on Yuan Magnetic Mountain brought a lot of pressure to Scarlet Star. Thunderlight had already sent people to condemn him, demanding an explanation, otherwise they would take matters into their own hands. Chen Tianfei also informed Yu He about how terrifying Sword Pavilion was in detail. He spoke for a very long time, but in summary he wanted Yang Kai to exercise some caution and restraint when he went out in the future. Yang Kai shouldn't show off too much. Since he was the 6th manager of Scarlet Star, he should always consider things from Scarlet Star's perspective. Yu He naturally played along and said that she would pass on the message when Yang Kai came out. Since he couldn't meet Yang Kai, Chen Tianfei had no choice but to leave. After sending off Chen Tianfei, Yu He turned around and warned Chun Yu that if anyone came knocking again, no matter who it was, they should not be entertained. Chun Yu repeatedly nodded. Inside his cultivation room, Yang Kai's consciousness was immersed in his Dao seal, comprehending the mysteries of his wood and fire element powers. The vitality of wood and the oppressive might of fire gave him a vague sense of enlightenment, but something was still lacking. It was as if there was a thin membrane in front of him, blocking his vision of the deeper secrets before him. This feeling made his heart itch. Although he understood that as long as he pierced through this thin membrane, he would be able to see another layer of the world, there was nothing he could do at the moment. Yang Kai also knew that opportunities couldn't be forced, so he could only allow nature to take its course, repeatedly telling himself to calm his mind and clear his thoughts. Days slowly passed away. One day, Yu He, who was idly chatting with Chun Yu, suddenly frowned and turned her head to look outside. Chun Yu asked, "What's wrong?" Her strength was still a bit low, so she didn't notice anything unusual. But from Yu He's expression, it was obvious something had transpired. Yu He sneered, a little rat broke in. Chun Yu was stunned for a moment before quickly realizing what was going on and couldn't help feeling surprised. What kind of person was so bold as to dare trespass into someone else's mansion? One had to know that this mansion had a spirit array barrier protecting it, so if an ordinary person wanted to enter, they would have to break through it forcefully. However, she didn't sense any unusual energy fluctuations. In other words, this person must be extremely proficient in spirit arrays. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to be so stealthy. "Stay here. I'll go take a look," Yu He advised before disappearing. A moment later, Chun Yu felt a faint energy fluctuation erupt from somewhere in the mansion before it quickly calmed down. After a dozen breaths, Yu He walked in with a person in her hand and casually threw him to the ground. Chun Yu looked over in surprise and saw that this person's face was pale, and he still had some baby fat on his face. He was dressed neat and tidy but still couldn't be anything but a little fatty. Judging from his appearance alone, he should be a very amiable person. Chun Yu couldn't understand why such a person would trespass into someone else's mansion. "Great aunt, let me tell you, just because I surrendered doesn't mean I can't fight back. I just don't want to raise my fist against a woman." The little fatty got up and straightened his clothes. Although he had been captured, he didn't panic at all. "Great aunt." Hearing this, Yu He's brow jumped and a cold light flashed across her eyes as she ground her teeth. The little fatty shrank his neck and suddenly remembered something. Quickly coughing and correcting himself, "Elder sister," Yu He coldly snorted. "At least you know your place." The little fatty sighed in his heart, thinking that his master was right. No matter what kind of woman it was, they would always care about their age and how others addressed them. His master had advised him to always be careful when talking to women, as it was quite normal for them to become angry for even a slight offense. After understanding this, the little fatty cupped his fist and asked, "Elder sister, may I ask where the master of this place is? Why are you looking for him?" Yu He glanced over. Regardless of whether this little fatty was trespassing or not, his appearance was so friendly and amiable that it made it impossible for others to feel any disgust. The little fatty smiled faintly, assuming an air of mystery. "I'm here to give him an opportunity and ask for some benefits in return." "Opportunity?" Yu He's expression became strange as she looked him up and down. "Are you trying to say that you come from some kind of cave heaven or paradise, and want to recruit the master of this place?" The little fatty was stunned for a moment before shaking his head and denying, "That's not going to happen. Even if he wants to enter my master sect, it will depend on his aptitude and ability. If he doesn't have the ability, he will never be able to enter." Yu He asked curiously, "Is your master sect very strict with its requirements?" The little fatty nodded solemnly, indicating that this was no ordinary level of strictness. "What's the name of your master sect?" Yuhi asked with a smile. Divine Cauldron Heaven, little fatty replied calmly. Chan Yu's beautiful eyes instantly went wide while Yuhi's laughter also came to an abrupt halt as she stared at the little fatty, thinking that she might have heard wrong. Divine Cauldron Heaven was one of the 36 cave heavens and was one of the top forces in the 3,000 worlds. Previously, a silk pants young master from Azure Nether Paradise had come to this place, and Yuhi had thought that his background was big enough. But who would have thought that the little fatty standing in front of her now would have an even bigger background? Yuhi was casually teasing him just now, not having expected him to really come from a cave heaven. As such, she couldn't help asking solemnly, "Can you prove it?" The little fatty fumbled around his pockets for a moment before taking out a black token and showing it to Yuhi. On the token was a name. Sujin. Obviously, it was this little fatty's name. Sujin flipped over the token, pointing the back of the token towards Yuhi. Engraved on it was the image of a divine cauldron that was exuding an ancient and profound aura. Yuhi was thoroughly shocked. This was a genuine divine cauldron heaven disciple token. Although she had never seen one before, when she used her divine sense just now, she could clearly sense that there was an extremely powerful divine ability sealed inside this token. Ordinarily, elite disciples of cave heavens and paradises would have this kind of identity token on them. This token was not only a symbol of status, but also contained a life-saving divine ability bestowed upon them by their master. It was impossible to fake such an item. Even if Yuhi were outside, a fifth-order open heaven realm master like her would still lose her life if she were to face the divine ability inside this token. The person who had left a divine ability in this token was definitely a high-rank open heaven realm master. With such a background, regardless of whether Sujin was really from Divine Cauldron Heaven or not, his identity would definitely not be too far off, so there was no need for him to pretend to be a disciple of another sect. Chinyu and Yuhi looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. "So you are a core disciple of Divine Cauldron Heaven. I apologize for my previous rudeness." Yuhi's attitude became a bit more polite. It was one thing to attack when she didn't know the other party's identity, but now that she did, she had to maintain proper etiquette. "Elder sister doesn't need to worry about it. I came uninvited and offended the dignity of this place's master." Sujin laughed it off, not putting on any airs of a cave heaven disciple. Yuhi clicked her tongue in wonder. In the past, she had seen many cultivators who came from cave heavens and paradises, but all of them had their eyes on the top of their heads, similar to that silk pants young master from Azure Nether Paradise who had come before. This was the first time she had seen someone like Sujin, so she couldn't help but feel curious. Pondering for a moment, Yuhi asked, "Did you just say that you wanted to give my young master an opportunity in exchange for some benefits?" "Correct. Can you elaborate?" Yuhi asked. The little fatty suddenly became somewhat embarrassed and rubbed his two fat hands together, with a flattering look on his face as he replied, "It's like this, elder sister. I heard that the owner of this place obtained a lot of 6th-order Yuan magnetic divine stones, and all of the high-order Yuan magnetic divine stones from the entire Yuan magnetic mountain were taken away by him, so I wanted to ask him for a piece." Saying so, the little fatty lightly squeezed his fingers, indicating that he was only asking for just a little and definitely not much. Yuhi asked, "Are you cracking a joke?" Even if he was a cave heavens disciple, this kind of request was a bit too impolite. A 6th-order material was extremely precious. Yet this little fatty had come to ask for one without any prior relationship with Yang Kai. Wasn't he thinking too highly of himself? "I'm not kidding. I'm really not kidding." Sujin quickly waved his hand and added, sweating, "I also know how precious a 6th-order Yuan magnetic divine stone is. As the saying goes, if you don't deserve it, you won't receive it, so I definitely won't ask for it for free. If he can give me a 6th-order Yuan magnetic divine stone, I'll give him an opportunity that will definitely be worth it." "What kind of opportunity?" Yuhi asked. If anyone else said this, Yuhi might not believe them, but Sujin's background was not small, so listening to him could prove useful. Unexpectedly, the little fatty smiled and waved off his hand. "I can't say it. It depends on whether this deal goes through or not. I will know it after meeting the master of this place. Young master is currently in retreat and won't be seeing anyone for the time being." Sujin blinked and asked helplessly, "When will he come out?" "It's hard to say." Yuhi slowly shook her head. She didn't even know why Yang Kai was in retreat, So how could she know when he would come out? Su Jin couldn't help but scratch his head. He had expected to see Yang Kai here and tell him about his intentions. But now that he couldn't even see Yang Kai, he couldn't help but worry. Elder sister, can I wait for him here? Su Jin turned to Yu-He and asked seriously. Yu-He pondered for a moment before agreeing with a nod, all right. Apart from Yang Kai, who was in retreat, there was only her, Chinyu, and a few people from Great Moon Province left in this mansion. The rest were weak maidservants, so it didn't really matter if Su Jin stayed here or not. Not to mention, Yu-He also wanted to know if this little fatty was really from Divine Cauldron Heaven. Hearing this, Su Jin was overjoyed and cupped his hands, thanking, many thanks, elder sister. Yu-He covered her mouth and giggled, you've got quite a glib tongue. She then turned her head, motioning to Chinyu find him a guest room. Chinyu nodded and called out to Su Jin. Please follow me. The next day, a scorching energy suddenly erupted from a certain spot in the mansion. Yu-He was startled and immediately rushed over when she realized it was coming from where Meng Hong was in retreat. However, when she arrived, she found Yang Kai already present. Obviously, the disturbance here had caught his attention, so he quickly came to investigate. It had taken Meng Hong nearly a month to refine the Fifth Order Sun's true fire, and it was only today that he was finally able to successfully absorb it. The fire element power in his Dao seal rumbled violently, and he seemed unable to control it for the time being. Previously, he had only refined third-order materials, but now the order had risen by 2 all of a sudden. Meng Hong was having a hard time getting used to it. The eruption of that energy just now was due to him wanting to test his own strength, but in the end, he had been careless and almost burned down the mansion. Congratulations, Brother Meng, Yang Kai congratulated with a smile. Meng Hong stood up as the fire element power surged from him. He was unable to control it properly still, but nonetheless, he respectfully cupped his fists and bowed to Yang Kai. Meng Hong thanks Brother Yang for his great kindness. This favor is akin to giving me a new life, and I will never forget it for the rest of my life. Yang Kai waved his hand casually and stated, breaking and rebuilding your foundation was your own decision. I only provided you with some materials. Brother Meng need not be so polite about it. Meng Hong slowly shook his head. If I hadn't witnessed Brother Yang's divine might, how could this Meng know how vast the martial Dao truly is? I wouldn't have become brave after experiencing shame. If I can reach the open heaven realm in the future, it will be all thanks to Brother Yang. Yu-He pursued her lips into a smile as she intervened, all right, you too. Meng Hong, you've just condensed your fire element, so you should stabilize it first. Meng Hong nodded and agreed that was my intention. As they were talking, an unfamiliar voice suddenly interrupted, oh, a Fifth Order Sun's true fire, not bad. Not bad. Yang Kai and Meng Hong both turned their heads and looked towards the source of the voice. The next moment, they saw a fair-faced little fatty slowly walking over, looking at Meng Hong with interest. Your Excellency, who are you? Meng Hong was puzzled. Yang Kai was also at a loss as he wondered. Who is this little fatty? Why haven't I seen him before? Yu-He introduced, young master, I forgot to tell you, this is. I'll do it myself, Su Jin interrupted Yu-He with a smile and walked over to Yang Kai. He looked up at him before cupping his fist and greeting. Divine Cauldron Heaven disciple Su Jin greets Brother Yang. Yang Kai's eyes constricted. Divine Cauldron Heaven? Meng Hong also cried out in shock. Divine Cauldron Heaven? As his emotions fluctuated, a scorching heat wave of energy burst forth from his body. Fortunately, none of the people surrounding him were ordinary. Although this Fifth Order Sun's true fire was quite powerful, it could not harm them. Be that as it may, it was enough to make Meng Hong panic. He quickly took a breath and reined in his fire element power, secretly smiling wryly as he thought to himself that he really should hurry up and go into retreat. At the very least, he needed to be able to take out and withdraw his fire element power freely, otherwise he would accidentally injure the people around him. The little fatty smiled and nodded. Yang Kai turned to look at Yu-He, his eyes clearly asking if it was true. Yu-He replied with an eye signal, most likely. After all, she had seen the token before and verified Su Jun's identity. So Brother Su is a Divine Cauldron Heaven disciple. My apologies for being rude. Yang Kai cupped his fist. I came uninvited, Brother Yang. Please forgive me. Su Jun's amiable performance had left a good impression on everyone. May I ask why Brother Su is here? Yang Kai looked at him curiously. Su Zhen replied with a smile. Previously, I informed this elder sister that I came here to give Brother Yang a fortuitous opportunity and also to ask for some benefits from Brother Yang. However, this elder sister said that Brother Yang was in seclusion and couldn't be disturbed, so I waited here. Today, I finally have the chance to meet Brother Yang. Opportunity? Benefits. Yang Kai raised his brow slightly. Su Zhen asked, "Can we talk somewhere else?" During this time, the other two Great Moon Province disciples also noticed the commotion and came over. Even Chun Yu was watching from afar. With so many people around, it really wasn't a good place to hold a conversation. Yang Kai nodded his agreement. This way then. He turned to Yu He and ordered, "Find another cultivation room for Brother Meng." Yu He agreed. Yang Kai then led Su Zhen towards the guest hall. Yu He was curious about what Su Zhen was up to, so she quickly arranged for Meng Hong and rushed over. But she couldn't find him when she arrived at the guest hall. She swept the mansion with her divine sense and immediately discovered Yang Kai's location. She then quickly arrived in front of a seclusion room. Yang Kai stood outside with a look of anticipation, while Su Zhen was nowhere to be found. "What about that little fatty?" Yu He asked. Yang Kai pointed to the room and simply said, "He's inside." "What is he doing inside?" Yu He was puzzled. "Have you finished your discussion?" Yang Kai nodded. "What? Your discussion ended so quickly?" Yu He was somewhat speechless. She had even rushed over to hear about it. He said he wanted to ask for a 6th order on magnetic divine stone. "That's right. I gave him one." Yang Kai nodded. "This guy is quite strong. If he wants the Yuan magnetic divine stone, he should be trying to condense his metal element with it. To be able to condense yin, yang, and 5 elements with 6th order materials, one's aptitude had to be quite exceptional. Could even be said to be extraordinary. If not, it would be impossible for one's Dao seal to withstand the raw power of a 6th order material." Meng Hong was Great Moon Province's eldest senior brother, and although Great Moon Province was not a particularly powerful force, Meng Hong was definitely its top talent, yet his limit was only 5th order, and even they carried a risk of failure. However, Su Zhen's goal was to refine a 6th order material, which showed the gap between them. In other words, Su Zhen wanted to reach the 6th order open heaven realm when he initially broke through. As for the Yuan magnetic divine stones on the Yuan magnetic mountain, all of the ones at 6th order had been taken by Yang Kai, so Su Zhen had no choice but to come and find him. Yang Kai was glad that he had taken away all the 6th order divine stones that day, otherwise he would have missed this opportunity. Su Zhen had come uninvited, but he had solved a huge problem for him. If this matter was resolved successfully, Yang Kai would have another powerful card in his hands in the future. Are all Cave Heaven and Paradise disciples so amazing? Yang Kai turned his head and asked. If that's true, wouldn't there be plenty of mid-rank and high-rank open heaven realm masters in the Cave Heavens and Paradises? Yu He shook her head and replied, "How could that be possible? This Su Zhen is able to refine 6th order materials, so he must be a top figure amongst his generation. However, although those Cave Heavens and Paradises aren't as exaggerated as you think, I've heard that an official disciple must at least be able to refine 3rd order open heaven materials. Those unable to refine at least 3rd order materials will be expelled or be reduced to ordinary servants or guards." TSK, that's quite terrifying. Yang Kai shook his head repeatedly. Their requirements were truly high if the open heaven realm below the 3rd order were completely discarded. Perhaps only they knew how deep their foundations had reached over the years. What did he offer you in return for you to actually give him a 6th order divine stone? Yu He was quite surprised by this. Previously, she had asked Su Zhen what kind of opportunity he could give Yang Kai, but that little fatty refused to say anything, causing her to feel quite helpless, arousing the urge to kick him to death. "Well, it's worth it." Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. "If you don't have anything else to do, keep an eye on him. If there's any movement, call me immediately." Yang Kai then entered seclusion once more. This time, he had only come out because of the disturbance caused by Meng Hong. Since he had confirmed that Meng Hong was fine and had settled a matter with Su Zhen, Yang Kai naturally wanted to go back to focus on cultivating. As for Su Zhen, Yu He would be able to keep an eye on him. Although being a divine cauldron heaven disciple was quite extraordinary, Yuhi was still a fifth-order open heaven realm cultivator, so watching over Suzhan was not a problem for her. With these words from Yang Kai, Yuhi obediently stood guard in front of the cultivation room without any complaints or regrets. Although she was very curious about what Suzhan was doing inside and what kind of deal he made with Yang Kai, she didn't dare disturb him because an array protected and isolated the room. 10 days passed just like that uneventfully. Chun Tianfei had been living quite comfortably these past few days. Scarlet Star originally had 7 managers, until Yang Kai killed Du Nyangzi and Gan Hong. Although Yang Kai and Yu He had been immediately added in to make up the numbers, these two didn't seem to care much about Scarlet Star's affairs and only cared about their own business. Of the remaining managers, Beiyushan had brute force but no brains. Lady Qin didn't care about worldly affairs and only cared about music, while the Ouyang brothers were wise and capable, but unfortunately they often went into seclusion to cultivate. Now that the head manager was in retreat, the entire Scarlet Star could be said to be under Chun Tianfei's control. Although he wasn't the head manager, he had a lot more power in his hands than what his post would suggest, so he felt great. Chun Tianfei was lying on a chair with 2 maids behind him inside his own mansion, gently fanning him. A soft and supple hand was holding a grape-like spirit fruit in its slender fingers beside him, carefully removing its peel and feeding it straight into Chun Tianfei's mouth. "Dear husband, can you do something about Xingchen?" Ever since Zhao Xingchen had offended Yang Kai and was stripped of his position as a junior commander, he had been unable to recover from the setback and had been spending his days in bars and brothels. Zhao Xingchen's older sister couldn't bear the sight of this and felt sorry for him, so she wanted to use this opportunity to make Chun Tianfei promote Zhao Xingchen back to junior commander. Chun Tianfei replied with a sigh, "As long as Yang Kai is alive, I'm unable to help him. It's Xingchen's fault for having eyes but failing to see. He got off easy even after offending such a man. He should be glad that he only lost his position as a junior commander." The woman continued, "Right now, in the whole of Scarlet Star, you have the final say. Shut up." Chen Tianfei's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened as he glared at Zhao Xingchen's older sister. Don't you know that your irresponsible words can bring trouble to us? Don't speak nonsense." Although he had great authority now, the head manager was still above him. If the head manager heard this, he might be accused of disloyalty. At that time, who knows what the head manager would think of him. This scolding caused the woman to tear up. Chen Tianfei doted on this concubine the most and couldn't bear to see her like this, so he quickly consoled her, "Let's wait a little longer, let's talk about it after the limelight has passed." The woman gently wiped her eyes. "How long do we have to wait? This mistress can wait, but I'm afraid Xingchen won't be able to. You've already seen what he looks like now. Even the finest diamond must be cut multiple times for it to become beautiful. This might not necessarily be bad for Xingchen." Chun Tianfei's eyes narrowed into slits as a sharp light flashed across them. "What's more, we don't need to wait long. At most, we can wait until we leave the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. That Yang Kai can dominate inside the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, but at the end of the day, he's still just an Emperor Realm brat. Once we leave the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, what can he do?" When the woman heard this, she sighed in her heart. Knowing that there was nothing she could say to dissuade Chun Tianfei, she ground her teeth in hatred, cursing, "This damned Yang Kai, he could have gone anywhere. Why did he have to come to Scarlet Star?" Chun Tianfei also smiled bitterly, but just as he was about to say something, his expression suddenly became serious as he looked towards a certain spot in the sky. At first, his expression was a bit puzzled, but soon after, his narrowed eyes slowly widened. After 3 breaths, his face was filled with shock as his fat body stood up. "What's wrong, husband?" The woman didn't understand. After all, her strength wasn't high, only slightly stronger than her little brother Zhao Xingchen. So, although she followed Chun Tianfei's line of sight, she didn't see anything. "Huge trouble is heading towards us." Chen Tianfei shouted and quickly took out his communication artifact. While contacting the other managers of Scarlet Star, he strode out and warned, "Stay inside and don't run around. Activate all the spirit arrays." The woman was startled, knowing that something big must have happened. Otherwise, Chun Tianfei would not have warned her so sternly. She quickly contacted her little brother, Zhao Xingchen, and asked him to come here to seek refuge. However, she couldn't understand what had happened to make Chun Tianfei act like he was facing a great enemy. Inside the Star City, some open heaven realm cultivators passing through the streets seemed to have sensed something and looked into the distance as their expressions quickly changed. At this moment, with a loud rumbling sound, a transparent spirit array barrier appeared around the entire Star City, instantly enveloping it. The seemingly solid barrier had at least 7 or 8 layers. The others who hadn't noticed the change in the Star City up until now immediately stopped and looked up, not understanding why Scarlet Star's defensive array had suddenly been activated. Once this kind of protective spirit array was activated, it would definitely consume a lot of resources to maintain. It would normally not be activated unless it was absolutely necessary. The streets were bustling with a crowd that was raising a clamor. What is Scarlet Star doing? Why did they activate the Grand Array? Someone asked in confusion. Since they have activated the Grand Array, a powerful enemy must be attacking. If not for that, why would they activate it? Enemy? What kind of enemy does Scarlet Star have in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary? Could it be that there's another beast tide approaching? The person who spoke turned pale. It had been a long time since the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary had opened, and many people had encountered beast tides during this time. There were many ominous beasts in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, and all of them were extremely violent and powerful. Many places where cultivators gathered had been flattened by beast tides, resulting in countless casualties. Every time the words beast tide were mentioned, the cultivators in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary would turn pale. It's not a beast tide, look over there. Someone's voice trembled as he pointed in a certain direction. Everyone's eyes narrowed when they looked along the man's finger. In that direction, dense streaks of light were shooting towards them at an astonishing speed and in an aggressive manner. They were surrounded by a violent and sharp sword chi. Sword Pavilion. There from Sword Pavilion, someone recognized the ones who were approaching and shouted. How could there be so many people from Sword Pavilion? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Sword Pavilion didn't have many members. This was something everyone in the Star City knew. But at this moment, 2,000 or 3,000 streaks of light were rushing over. Sword Pavilion couldn't have so many disciples. The one in the lead is definitely Sword Pavilion, but it's hard to say who is following behind them. Is Sword Pavilion coming here for the 6th manager? I heard that several dozen Sword Pavilion disciples lost their lives because of him on the Yuan Magnetic Mountain. Didn't they say that they died at the hands of Emperor Heaven? It was Emperor Heaven's people and Ding Yi who killed them, but if it wasn't for Scarlet Star's 6th manager releasing the Yuan Magnetic Divine Light at the crucial moment, Sword Pavilion's sword formation wouldn't have been broken and their disciples wouldn't have died so miserably. I was there at that time and saw clearly that 6th manager was laughing maniacally as he said he was going to give Sword Pavilion a big gift. I see. If the ones leading the charge are from Sword Pavilion, then the remaining people must be from Thunderlight? Probably. Thunderlight has a deep grudge against Manager Yang. I heard that even Jian had died at his hands. Then Scarlet Star is finished. Star City's 3 great forces had coexisted for thousands of years, and although there had been some friction and conflicts between them, they had all been small skirmishes that had not harmed their foundation. But today, in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, because of a single person, Sword Pavilion and Thunderlight had joined forces and had come for him, so how could Scarlet Star resist? Was the status quo that had remained the same for millennia really going to change in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary? Seeing that a storm was heading their way, some cultivators had already decided to leave this place and hide temporarily. Unfortunately, none of them were able to leave with the defensive Grand Array activated. For the moment, all of them gathered in front of the city gate shouting, creating a ruckus. Damn it! Our new 6th manager has caused trouble for Scarlet Star. A Scarlet Star disciple stated bitterly. What about Manager Chan and the others? The defensive Grand Array has already been activated. Manager Chan and the others must already know the situation and are probably discussing countermeasures. While everyone was raising a hue and cry, the dense streaks of light had already arrived in front of the Star City. When the light dissipated, nearly 3,000 figures appeared in front of everyone's eyes. These 3,000 people didn't say a word, but a boundless pressure descended from the sky, causing the entire star city to fall silent. 5 figures stood quietly in front of the 3,000 people, each of them exuding a powerful aura. They were giving off tremendous pressure to everyone. Someone recognized that these 5 people were leaders from Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light. 3 of them were from the Sword Pavilion, Zhongfan, Luo Qingyun, and Lu Shui. The other 2 were from Thunder Light, Zhu Li and Long Tai, all of whom except Zhongfan were 4th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Only Zhongfan was a 5th Order. As everyone had guessed, it was Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light. This time, Sword Pavilion had sent out more than 300 people, which was roughly 20 to 30% of Sword Pavilion's total strength. The entire Sword Pavilion only had a little over 1,000 people. As for Thunder Light, it was likely that some of the disciples had stayed behind to guard their base, while the rest had come here. With such a force, it was obvious they weren't just here to take a stroll. Even if Thunder Light's group was set aside, the 300 Sword Pavilion disciples were more than enough to cause trouble. On the Yuan Magnetic Mountain, several dozen Sword Pavilion disciples were able to wantonly wreak havoc against Emperor Heaven's 1,000 members, throwing them into chaos. If these 300 people were to form a sword formation, no one could imagine how terrifying their might would be. It was likely that they could easily wipe out the entire Star City. Yuhi happened to be hovering above the mansion with a tight frown on her brow. She had also realized that Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light were here to seek revenge on Yang Kai, but she hadn't expected them to be so bold as to mobilize so many people just for him. Is this really necessary? Yang Kai was currently in seclusion, so he probably didn't know anything about the outside world. Yuhi was struggling with whether or not she should inform Yang Kai, but after giving it another thought, she recalled that Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of Space. His space secret techniques were strange and unpredictable, allowing him to move tens of thousands of kilometers in an instant. Although there were many people from Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light here, he wouldn't be in any danger if he wanted to escape. Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light were likely to return in low spirits. With this thought in mind, Yuhi landed in the courtyard, no longer worrying about anything. On the other hand, the 2 Great Moon Province disciples and Chen Yu, who had received the news, hurried over and looked at her nervously. "It's fine, go back to whatever you were doing." Yuhi casually dismissed them. The 3 of them were speechless. Inside Qin Tianfei's mansion, Zhao Xingchun had already arrived. He looked drunk and his face was a little pale. He grabbed the woman's arm in panic and shouted, "Elder sister, where did brother-in-law go? Tell him to take us away." "Take us away, why?" The woman shook off Zhao Xingchen's hand and threw him to the ground, gritting her teeth. "Why should we run? And just look at how drunk you are." Zhao Xingchen shouted in panic. "Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light's people are already here. If we don't escape now, we won't have a chance." The woman coldly snorted. "Are they here for you?" Zhao Xingchen shook his head dumbly. The woman asked again, "Then who do you think they're looking for?" Zhao Xingchen was stunned for a moment before his eyes lit up. "Sister, you mean?" The woman sneered. "Every grievance has its perpetrator. Every debt has its debtor. They naturally came to find the man who killed their people. Scarlet Star isn't some weakling after all. As long as Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light can achieve their objectives, why would they suddenly start a war with Scarlet Star?" "Elder sister, you're right." Zhao Xingchen nodded repeatedly. He quickly sobered up and asked as his eyes lit up, "Then what's brother-in-law's plan?" The woman shook her head. "I have no idea what's on your brother-in-law's mind. He didn't say anything before he left. What's more, I'm just a woman. Why would I care about all these things? All I know is that Scarlet Star wouldn't abandon its foundation for one man." Zhao Xingchen clapped his hands. "I understand." He looked in the direction of Yang Kai's mansion as a big grin appeared on his face. "Yang Kai, let's see how you'll escape this time." His face lit up with joy at the thought of watching Yang Kai being cut to pieces by Thunder Light and Sword Pavilion. At this moment, the Star City was once again thrown into chaos after an uncomfortable pause. Although Scarlet Star disciples were maintaining order, how could they control so many people? Everyone was clamoring for Scarlet Star to deactivate the defensive Grand Array and let them leave the city. Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light's 3,000-strong force had surrounded the Star City. If they really launched an attack, the entire Star City would be affected. At that time, all of them would most likely become collateral damage. However, how could Scarlet Star's side deactivate the Grand Array so easily? Before they could get a complete read on Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light's intentions, rashly opening the Grand Array was no different from courting death. This Grand Array was Scarlet Star's final line of defense. Inside the meeting hall, Chun Tianfei and the other managers were all in a terrible fix. The normally calm Lady Qin was no longer interested in playing her zither as her black brows happened to be knit tightly as she sat there like a bitter older woman abandoned by her husband of many years. The entire hall was filled with a gloomy atmosphere. What should we do now? Everyone, let's hear what you have to say. Chen Tianfei turned to the others. Bei Yushan's face was brimming with anger. Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light aren't taking my Scarlet Star seriously at all. They actually led so many people to attack us. I suggest that we gather all our disciples and fight them to the death. We should let them know that our Scarlet Star isn't that easy to bully. Are you being serious? Chun Tianfei couldn't help cursing. Sometimes he really wanted to smash this guy's head open and see what he was thinking. Ouyang Lai frowned. What did head manager say? Chun Tianfei slowly shook his head. I've already sent a message to head manager. But I don't know if it is because he is in a critical state of retreat, but he still hasn't replied. Ouyang Lai couldn't help but furrow his brow. At this time, if the head manager didn't step in, it would be difficult for them to handle the situation. Ouyang Bing added, it's also possible head manager feels that this matter has not reached the point where Scarlet Star's survival is at stake. After all, the one who provoked Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light was not my Scarlet Star, but that guy. Chun Tianfei corrected. Although that's the case, he is still Scarlet Star's sixth manager. His every word and action represents Scarlet Star. Whatever he does outside has been imprinted with Scarlet Star's mark. Ouyang Bing suggested, no matter what, we must first figure out what Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light wants. As soon as these words were spoken, a vigorous voice rang out from outside. Sword Pavilion's Zhong Fan has come to pay his respects. I ask the managers of Scarlet Star to show themselves. The sound was like the roar of a dragon. Although it was not loud, everyone in the Star City heard it clearly. It seemed he was trying to use peaceful means before resorting to force. Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light had joined forces and had amassed around 3,000 people. Even if Scarlet Star had a defensive Grand Array, it would still be useless if so many were to attack the Star City. However, the fact that the other party had asked Scarlet Star managers to meet undoubtedly confirmed many people's previous speculations. Scarlet Star wasn't some weakling, so if Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light did rashly start a war, both sides would suffer heavy losses. Inside the main hall, Chen Tianfei and the others looked at each other, not knowing how to respond. Suddenly, Chun Tianfei's expression changed as he took out a communication artifact and a look of joy on his face. Its head manager, Lady Qin, the Ouyang brothers, and Bei Yushan instantly looked over. Chun Tianfei used his divine sense and quickly sent a message back. Lady Qin's red lips parted slightly as she softly asked, what did head manager say? Chun Tianfei put away his communication bead and said, head manager has given us the full authority to handle this matter. He won't interfere. What's the meaning of this? The managers were confused. At this moment, Zhong Fan repeated his previous invitation, but this time he sounded a little impatient. Lady Qin sighed and suggested, no matter what, let's go meet him first. That damn brat. He caused trouble outside and actually wants my Scarlet Star to clean up his mess. Ouyang Lai cursed. Compared to Ouyang Bing, his temper was more volatile. When Zhong Fan shouted for the third time, 5 figures rose from the Star City's center and rushed over. It's the managers of Scarlet Star. Someone shouted. They finally came out. If they didn't come out now, Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light would surely have attacked us. Another person secretly wiped away his cold sweat. If the situation really developed to such a point, they would not have been able to escape from this predicament either. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Chen Tianfei and the others flew 1,000 meters away from Zhong Fan and stood just behind the 8 layers of the defensive Grand Array. Chen Tianfei smiled and cupped his fist. So it is the managers of Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light. Please forgive this Chen for not coming out to greet you sooner. Zhang Fan remained calm while Luo Qingyun's cold eyes swept over the group, seemingly searching for something, but in the end, he couldn't help snorting coldly after being unable to find it. Chen Tianfei didn't feel embarrassed when the other party gave him the cold shoulder even when he had shown respect. He knew that the other party had come here in anger, so why should he show respect when they couldn't even see their enemy? Still smiling, Chen Tianfei asked, "May I ask why everyone has come?" Luo Qingyun sneered, "Don't you know why we've come? Why ask even though you already know?" Chen Tianfei forced a laugh and looked below. He saw a crowd of tens of thousands of people staring in their direction with all kinds of emotions flashing across their eyes. He heaved a sigh secretly before sending a divine sense transmission to Zhong Fan. No one knew what he was talking about, but Zhong Fan simply nodded lightly and just spoke a single word in response. "Good." Afterwards, he turned to Luo Qingyun and the others, ordering, "Wait here for now." Chen Tianfei cupped his fists and thanked, "Many thanks, Brother Zhong." Saying so, he turned around and shouted towards a certain place, "Open the array." A moment later, a crack appeared in the defensive grand array as Zhong Fan stepped into the Star City. After he entered, the crack closed again, isolating Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light from the city once again. The crowd below immediately became restless. Manager Zhong actually went to the meeting alone? As expected, skillful masters are always bold. A fifth-order open heaven realm master isn't something to joke about. If the head manager of Scarlet Star doesn't make an appearance, who can suppress him? That's true. After Zhong Fan entered, Chen Tianfei asked Luo Qingyun and the others to be excused before extending his hand and leading Zhong Fan towards the meeting hall. Obviously, he was going to discuss the matter with Zhong Fan. Inside Yang Kai's mansion, when Yuhi saw this, her eyes darted around before she turned to the two Great Moon Province disciples and Qinyu, exhorting them, "Pack up your things and prepare to run." With Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light's army bearing down on them, Scarlet Star would not be able to bear such pressure no matter what. Abandoning Yang Kai would be the wisest course of action. Yuhi's quick mind instantly saw through this, so naturally she ordered Qinyu and the others to make preparations. "I'll go call eldest senior brother." One of Great Moon Province's disciples hurriedly rushed over to where Meng Hong was cultivating. "I have nothing to pack." Qinyu shook her head. The managers of Scarlet Star and Zhong Fan entered the meeting hall. Although many people were curious about what they would be discussing, they had no way of finding it out. Perhaps apart from the managers, no one would ever know. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Zhong Fan soared into the sky and stood in the air, coldly glancing towards Yang Kai's mansion. His gaze just happened to meet with Yuhi's eyes. Yuhi smiled sweetly at him with a charming expression. "Bitch." Zhong Fan coldly snorted before transforming into a streak of sword light and rushing out. If not for his fear of Yuhi, a fifth-order open heaven realm master, he would have already rushed into the mansion and captured Yang Kai. Although he was also a fifth-order open heaven realm cultivator, he didn't have any confidence in defeating Yuhi. Not to mention, this was the grand ancient ruins boundary, where he couldn't display his full strength. Once someone else helped her, he would definitely be defeated and would be forced to flee. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, he could only temporarily retreat. The grand array opened a crack and allowed Zhong Fan to leave. "So, what did they choose?" Zhu Li asked. Zhong Fan indifferently replied, "What else can they do? As I expected, they sacrificed the rook to save the king." "Scarlet Star has abandoned that young fellow." Luo Qingyun asked, "If that's the case, why haven't they deactivated this damned spirit array and let us kill that bastard?" Zhong Fan said, "Naturally. They're afraid we'll take advantage of this opportunity to destroy them." He waved his hand and added, "It's only natural for them to have such concerns. Since our groups have joined forces, how could Scarlet Star not take precautions?" Luo Qingyun frowned deeply. "But if that bastard keeps hiding inside and doesn't come out, are we just going to wait?" "Of course not." Chen Tianfei said he would find a way to force that brat out. "All he asked is for us to leave immediately after achieving our goal." "Retreat." Luo Qingyun sneered. "He's dreaming. So many people have been mobilized this time, so how can killing just one man appease the hatred in my heart?" Since that bastard is a member of Scarlet Star, they should pay the price as well. Also, there is Emperor Heaven and Ding Yi too. Since they dare to offend Sword Pavilion's prestige, they must all die. Lu Shui whispered. How will Scarlet Star force him out? What if he refuses to come out? Zhong Fan glanced at her. He'll come out. It's not like we don't have any bargaining chips. Lu Shui suddenly understood and nodded silently. Sometimes silence is another kind of pressure. Sword Pavilion and Thunderlight's 3,000 forces had surrounded the Star City, and although they didn't make any moves or say a word, it still caused everyone inside to feel uneasy. In the midst of this turbulence, a piece of news quickly spread throughout the Star City. Yang Kai's position as Scarlet Star's 6th manager was not official. He had not received the approval of the head manager and instead had used underhanded means to usurp the position. He had killed Du Nyangzi and Gan Hong using a sneak attack, then used despicable means to coerce Qin Tianfei and the others, and finally took the position of 6th manager for himself. The head manager, who had been in secluded cultivation, did not know about this matter, nor did he ever acknowledge Yang Kai's identity as the 6th manager. His words and actions simply did not represent Scarlet Star. In other words, the so-called Scarlet Star 6th manager was nothing more than Yang Kai blowing his own trumpet. He had never received Scarlet Star's official approval. At first, this news was spread among a few people, but soon it spread like wildfire and everyone in the Star City had heard of it in just half an hour. Such proliferation was simply impossible unless someone was fanning the flames behind the scene. In a flash, many people looked towards Yang Kai's mansion with pity, knowing that Scarlet Star had abandoned its 6th manager. Not many people believed this rumor, of course. Why hadn't Scarlet Star denied it before if it was true? Obviously, they didn't want to be implicated with Yang Kai when Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light Army came knocking at their door. There was nothing wrong with this, though. It was a wise decision to sacrifice the rook to save the king. What's more, not many days had passed since Yang Kai became the 6th manager. He had no foundation in Scarlet Star, so who would want to protect his interests and safety at this time? Although they understood this, no one was willing to stand up for an irrelevant person at this moment and instead voiced their complaints about Yang Kai. If it weren't for him causing trouble outside, Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light wouldn't have made such a big move. Even the outsiders in the Star City were feeling anxious. They had no idea if Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light would take over the city by force. And if they did, what kind of fate awaited them? The complaints in their hearts were only normal, and there were even some people who had gathered in front of Yang Kai's mansion and were shouting for him to get out of the Star City. At first, there weren't many people, but as time passed, more and more people started to gather in front of Yang Kai's mansion. In less than an incense stick worth of time, hundreds of people had gathered, with more arriving all the time. All of them were glaring at Yang Kai's mansion angrily, maliciously even. All of them were demanding he leave this place as soon as possible. Whatever grievances he had with Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light should be resolved by him alone. They didn't want him to drag them along with him. The waves of voices became louder. Inside the mansion, the 2 Great Moon Province disciples and Chan Yu's faces turned pale as they started trembling. In the current situation, they still had a chance of survival if they hid here. But how could they survive if they left? Yuhi's tender body also trembled slightly, but from anger instead of fear. She hadn't expected Scarlet Star to be so despicable and shameless. In order to force Yang Kai to leave the Star City, they had actually used such an underhanded method. With her divine sense, she could naturally sense that many Scarlet Star disciples in the crowd were adding fuel to the fire. These people must have received instructions from Qin Tianfei and the other managers. Otherwise, how could they dare to act like this? Outside the Star City, the gazes of Zhong Fan and the other Open Heaven Realm Master were focused on Yang Kai's mansion. Long Tai sneered and scoffed, so this is Scarlet Star's plan? Fatty Chun wants to use these people to force that Yang bastard out? Scarlet Star truly has fallen. Julie pondered for a moment before commenting, it may not be completely ineffective, after all it's unwise to arouse public anger. Luo Qinyan gritted his teeth and stated, it's not like that bastard hasn't done something that incites public anger before. Thinking back to what Yang Kai had done on Yuan Magnetic Mountain, he felt that this method was useless. Even though he was one of the leaders of Sword Pavilion, He didn't dare to commit such heinous crimes against everyone's interests, but Yang Kai had done just that. Not only did he do it, he even managed to survive. As such, he didn't think that this kind of method would be effective, as he had personally experienced how crazy that guy was. Let's wait a moment. Since Chun Tianfei has already given this king his word, let's see what other tricks he has up his sleeve. If it really doesn't work, it won't be too late for us to act. In any case, he won't be able to escape from us today, Zhong Fan suggested indifferently. Luo Qingyun's eyes flashed for a moment before a malicious grin spread across his lips, and it's not a bad idea to watch him slowly fall into despair. Somewhere in the Star City, Chen Tianfei and the other managers concealed themselves, paying attention to Yang Kai's movements. Orders were passed down silently, and the crowd gathered in front of Yang Kai's mansion became more excited. Yang Kai, get out of the Star City, you're not welcome here. Yang Kai, are you deaf or dead? Since you caused this trouble, you should be the one to solve it. What kind of a man cowers inside his house? That's right, that's right. Since you're so strong, why are you afraid of Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light? Just go out and fight them to the death yourself. Don't implicate us innocent and pitiful people. Demeaning shouts rang out to no end while inside the mansion. Yuhi's expression was extremely ugly. Although she knew that many of these people had been used by Scarlet Star, the coldness of human nature was obvious, and it was truly infuriating. Yang Kai, you coward. You have the guts to stir up trouble, but you don't have the guts to bear it? What should we do if he doesn't come out? From the looks of it, Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light won't wait long. If we really anger them, they'll immediately attack the Star City. At that time, if the city gates catch fire, it's we who will be caught in the crossfire. If he doesn't come out, we'll attack and drag him out. That's right. Let's attack together. As soon as they finished speaking, a sword light slashed towards Yang Kai's mansion, followed by countless attacks. Although there was a defensive array around the mansion, it was not a very powerful one, so how could it withstand the attacks of so many people? In just 3 breaths of time, the array was broken. The array is broken, everyone follow me. Capture Yang Kai! Someone shouted and rushed forward. Hundreds of people followed closely behind and rushed into the mansion. Yuhi was stunned. Just now, she had been hesitating about whether she should call Yang Kai to inform him about the situation outside, but before she could make up her mind, the defensive array of this mansion had been broken. Looking up, she saw a group of fierce-looking people rushing in with artifacts in their hands, all of them wearing hostile expressions. She is with Yang Kai. Let's capture her first. Then we won't have to worry about Yang Kai not showing himself. The leader pointed at Yuhi and shouted. Yuhi's mood sank. No matter what, she was still a 5th-order Open Heaven Realm Master, a famous figure in the outside world, yet a mere Emperor Realm Cultivator dared to act so presumptuously in front of her today, pointing at her nose and screaming about capturing her. In front of Yang Kai, she was very obedient, always acting as a subservient maid, listening to everything he said, but that was just a disguise. Yang Kai had never seen her true face. Suddenly, killing intent rose in her heart as she stared at the person who had just shouted at her. Her soft and slender finger slowly rose as she pointed towards the man. At this moment, a majestic roar resounded throughout the sky, so noisy. As soon as these words reverberated in everyone's ears, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Yuhi. The figure was emanating a cold aura that could penetrate one's heart and freeze it solid. Young master. Yuhi quickly put down her finger as the murderous intent on her face instantly disappeared into thin air. Her beautiful eyes flickered with fear as if she was a child who had been bullied at home. Although Yang Kai was in seclusion, studying the mysteries of his wood and fire elements, he hadn't completely activated the room's isolation arrays because of the presence of Suzhen. He had left a wisp of his consciousness to pay attention to the outside. After all, this was his first time meeting Suzhen, so it was naturally impossible for him to trust him completely. Yang Kai was aware of the arrival of Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light and the unrest in the Star City. He was also aware of the clamor outside the mansion, but he just couldn't be bothered with it. But now that even the mansion's spirit array had been broken, he could no longer continue his retreat. Having no other choice but to show up, Yang Kai was quite annoyed. He had just entered a critical period in his closed-door cultivation, and since he was interrupted at this critical juncture, he wasn't in a good mood. Yang Kai coldly looked around, and when he saw hundreds of people crowded around his mansion to the point that more couldn't even come inside, he couldn't help but let out a cold snort. "Is he Yang Kai?" someone asked in a low voice. Many of the people who had rushed in were people who had never even met Yang Kai before. They were just being used by others. "I think so. I finally met the real master. I thought he would keep hiding." Many people whispered to each other while some secretly observed Yang Kai. They realized that there was nothing special about him. They really didn't know how such a person had prompted Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light to team up to oppose him. On the other hand, the people who had been clamoring to drag Yang Kai out of the Star City were now silent, their expressions tense as they quietly retreated to the back of the crowd. These were all Scarlet Star disciples who had followed Chen Tianfei's orders and were acting in secret. Now that they had forced Yang Kai out and achieved their goal, they naturally wanted to retreat. "You want to run?" Yang Kai coldly snorted as he raised his hand and grabbed the person in front of him, lifting him up into the air while simultaneously manipulating space principles. In the blink of an eye, the space within 1,000 meters radius became incredibly viscous. Countless muffled groans rang out as the weaker cultivators froze in place. They felt as if tremendous pressure was pressing down on them, threatening to crush them into dust. Even the slightly stronger ones were still struggling to move. "Are you the one causing trouble?" Yang Kai stared coldly at the man he was holding in the air and asked lightly. "No, it's not me," the man replied in panic, the fear in his heart indescribable. He was also in the Emperor realm and had condensed several open heaven elements. If he were outside, he would have been a half-step open heaven realm cultivator, only needing 2 more elements to reach the open heaven realm, but now that Yang Kai had imprisoned him, he couldn't even struggle free. A violent and pure energy poured into his body, causing him to become extremely weak and unable to resist. He couldn't help thinking about the rumors he had heard in the Star City, about Yang Kai killing Dunyangzi and Ganhong with only his Emperor realm strength. At that time, he had scoffed at such rumors. After all, Open Heaven Realm Masters were still Open Heaven Realm Masters. Even if the environment here sealed their small universes, how could Yang Kai kill them so easily? In private, everyone said that Yang Kai had launched a sneak attack, and that's how he killed Dunyangzi and Ganhong. The same thing had spread from Scarlet Star just now, which had undoubtedly confirmed this point. But now it seemed that the rumors were wrong. With such strength, it was likely he really had the ability to kill Open Heaven Realm Masters. At this moment of life and death, this man wept bitterly. "Sixth Manager, please spare my life. This humble subordinate is just following orders. Please spare my life, Sixth Manager." "Sixth Manager?" Yang Kai chuckled as he looked towards a certain direction, his eyes seemingly able to pierce through space as a mocking look appeared on his face. Chen Tianfei and the others, who were hiding, all wore tense expressions. Bei Yushan even nervously gulped. Although he wasn't very sharp, his instincts towards danger were like that of a wild beast. When Yang Kai looked at them just now, Bei Yushan felt as if he had encountered an overwhelming opponent and was about to die. The fat on Chen Tianfei's face twitched as he muttered, "Is it a coincidence? Or has he already discovered us?" The Ouyang brothers' faces sank, not daring to make a sound for fear of leaking their presence. Fortunately, Yang Kai only glanced over briefly before turning his attention back to the unfamiliar faces, and the one he was holding as he quipped, "Isn't it a bit too late to call me Sixth Manager now?" With a shake of his hand, the man let out a blood-curdling scream before exploding into a cloud of blood mist. The cultivators who were rushing into the mansion just now all instantly wore looks of horror. No one had expected Yang Kai to be so ruthless and kill without hesitation. It had to be known that there were many of them, so Yang Kai's actions would undoubtedly lead to great unrest. But looking at Yang Kai's contemptuous expression, it seemed he didn't care at all. For a time, many people's hearts were in turmoil. Under the imprisonment of space principles, they could feel Yang Kai's terrifying strength. One of Scarlet Star's disciples shouted in horror, "This humble subordinate deserves death. Sixth Manager, please spare my life. Since you deserve to die, then just die." Yang Kai shouted in a low voice before he waved his arm in a wide arc. As he did, a giant moon blade appeared and flew out. The moon blade silently cut through everything in its path as blood and severed limbs flew everywhere. In an instant, the mansion was transformed into a bloody purgatory. The cultivators rushing into the mansion fell like wheat in a field. None of them were able to resist the moon blade's terrifying power and were cut down without exception. Those with tenacious vitality didn't die instantly. Dragging their mutilated bodies and crawling out of the place while struggling for their last breath and howling in pain, they left behind a long trail of blood wherever they went. It was a shocking sight. With just one strike, more than 100 people had been killed. In the void, the eyes of Chun Tianfei and the others who had concealed themselves twitched violently as their scalps went numb. Even Yuhi, who was standing behind Yang Kai, couldn't help but cover her red lips as she stared at the figure she thought she was familiar with but now understood was still a stranger. This person was indeed very different from that person. That man was always as warm as jade, gentle as the wind, but this person in front of her could kill without batting an eye. How dare this brat act like this? An old cultivator pointed at Yang Kai angrily. They had only rushed into Yang Kai's mansion in order to force him out of Star City, so that the outsiders wouldn't get dragged into his grievances with Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light. They hadn't harmed a single blade of grass or tree here, but Yang Kai had directly killed over 100 people. Such methods were simply too brutal. Yang Kai looked over coldly. What right do you have to judge this king? Scram. With a wave of his sleeve, he sent the older man flying, causing him to explode into a bloody mist. Since these people dared to break through his mansion's protective array and trespass into his home, they had to pay the price for their actions. Madman, this guy is a madman. Run! Someone shouted loudly and turned around to flee, while the rest of the group also gathered their strength and fled in all directions. Yang Kai came out of seclusion in a fit of anger and killed more than 100 people in one blow. His anger had mostly subsided now, so when he saw these people fleeing in all directions, he didn't make any more trouble and simply let them escape. Turning his head, he looked towards Zhang Fan and the others with a disdainful smile. Zhang Fan shouted, Yang Kai, dozens of my Sword Pavilion's disciples have died because of you. Today, this king will definitely kill you and avenge my Sword Pavilion's disciples. Quickly come out and accept your death. Zhu Li also took a step forward and added, grinding his teeth. If you come out and accept your death right this instant, we can make it quick and painless. Refuse, and we'll make you taste the cruelest torture the world has to offer until you beg us to kill you. Facing their provocations, Yang Kai just turned a deaf ear and indifferently smiled. If you have the ability, then fight your way in. With these words, the entire Star City went into an uproar. This was something that all the cultivators present were worried about. If it weren't for the fear of being implicated, why would those people from before have attacked Yang Kai's mansion and tried to capture him? But now, what they were afraid of had come to pass. Yang Kai was acting openly belligerent, so how could his enemies endure? Many people were worried that Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light would really attack the Star City in anger. At that time, they would definitely suffer and complain to Scarlet Star. Why didn't they deactivate the Grand Array so Zhong Fan and the others could rush in and kill Yang Kai? That young guy must be scared. He's really despicable and shameless. I'm afraid that's only natural. With so many people from Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light here, no matter how strong he is, he won't be able to defeat them. What's the point of being afraid now? Why didn't he think about the consequences when he provoked Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light on Yuan Magnetic Mountain? That bastard is dead for sure. Even if the Star City has a Grand Array, it won't be able to protect him. Can't Manager Chun and the others just throw him out? In the Star City, it quickly became quite noisy. Listening to these whispers, Chun Tianfei and the others all wore bitter looks on their faces. If they could throw Yang Kai out, why would they have waited until now? They would have attacked long ago. But on that day, Yang Kai killed Dunyang Zi and Gan Hong in the main hall crisply and cleanly. They knew they weren't Yang Kai's match in a one-on-one fight, and even if they attacked together, Yang Kai still had Yuhi by his side. So why would they go and pull the tiger's whiskers unless they had to? Luo Qingyun sneered and mocked, Yang Kai, I've misjudged you. I thought you were a responsible man, but now it seems you're nothing more than this. Yang Kai sneered and countered, what right do you have to comment on whether this king is responsible or not? Saying so, he couldn't be bothered with these people and turned around to walk towards his cultivation room. Since Chun Tianfei and the others had chosen to give up on him, there was no need for Yang Kai to be considerate of Scarlet Star. With his mastery over the Tao of space, he could leave if he wanted to. No one could stop him. Junior, there's no need to hurry. Take a look at this before you go, Zhang Fan suddenly shouted. Yang Kai stopped and looked over. Zhang Fan waved his hand. Bring it! As soon as he finished speaking, the formation of several thousand people split to the sides, revealing a passage in the middle. Immediately after, several dozen people flew over from behind, carrying some kind of giant creature with them. After seeing what they were carrying, Yui couldn't help but cover her red lips with her hand. Her beautiful eyes filled with surprise as she quickly turned her head towards Yang Kai. When he saw what they brought, Yang Kai's eyes narrowed slightly as his face sank and a faint murderous intent swirled around him. The creature being carried was none other than the scarlet flood dragon Yang Kai had left on the Yuan magnetic mountain. The scarlet flood dragon must have experienced a difficult battle. Its entire body was covered in wounds and blood was constantly dripping from its wounds. Countless scales had fallen off its body, revealing large chunks of flesh and blood. It looked extremely miserable, and its aura was extremely weak, as if it could die at any moment. The most serious injury was the one just below its head, where a massive wound that had sword chi lingering around it sat. Obviously, it had been injured by the sword chi and had almost been beheaded. Although the scarlet flood dragon's strength wasn't ordinary, it was still just an ominous beast, and its intelligence wasn't too high. If many people were to coordinate and attack it together, it might not be able to defeat them. The scarlet flood dragon had been captured, and its entire body was covered in restrictions, completely trapping it in place. It was unable to even struggle. This was an ominous beast that Yang Kai had left behind in the Yuan magnetic mountain. When he left the Yuan magnetic mountain, he hadn't found what he was looking for. So he didn't want to just give up and tasked Guo Ziyan and the others to stay there and message him right away if a high-order Yuan magnetic divine stone appeared. He even left behind the scarlet flood dragon and earth dragon to assist them. During this time, as Yang Kai hadn't received any messages from Guo Ziyan and he had been in seclusion, comprehending his elements, he had simply let matters drift. Yang Kai had never thought the situation would develop into this mess now. With the scarlet flood dragon there, the Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light members must have gone to the Yuan magnetic mountain first, thinking that Yang Kai was still there. What about the earth dragon? What about Guo Ziyan? Yang Kai's divine sense spread out like a tide, and in the next moment, the killing intent on his body became even stronger. He didn't sense the aura of the earth dragon, making it unclear if it had died or fled, but he did sense Guo Ziyan's aura. Immediately after the scarlet flood dragon was brought forth, another group of people was escorted up, led by Guo Ziyan and several dozen Scarlet Star disciples. However, only half of the Scarlet Star disciples that had remained on Yuan Magnetic Mountain were here. Presumably, the rest of them had been killed. Guo Ziyan and the others weren't restricted by chains created from a secret technique, but it was obvious that they were all under some kind of seal. All of their auras were weak, as if they had never cultivated before and couldn't use any of their strength. Boy, are these your subordinates and beast? Zhong Fan looked at Yang Kai indifferently. Don't you care about their lives? Yang Kai's eyes swept over Guo Ziyan and the others one by one, making sure they weren't in mortal danger. Fortunately, only the Scarlet Flood Dragon's injuries were slightly worse. After checking everyone, he asked in a cold voice, "What are you going to do? I'm no longer a member of Scarlet Star. They're Scarlet Star disciples. Do you want to use them to threaten me? You're too naive." Zhong Fan replied, "If it comes down to a choice, you can abandon your subordinates and beast. So this old master naturally won't use their lives to threaten you. This old master simply wants you to watch a good show." "What show?" "A killing show." As Zhong Fan spoke, he waved his hand, and a captured disciple was caught in his palm. Sword chi burst out from his palm, instantly reducing that person to a bloody mist and causing blood to rain down. Zhong Fan shouted angrily, "Sword Pavilion must not be humiliated. Those who insult my Sword Pavilion must be killed without mercy." These words seemed to be a declaration, causing the entire Star City to tremble. Even Chun Tianfei and the others who had concealed themselves wore solemn expressions. Once Zhong Fan spoke, He reached out and grabbed another Scarlet Star disciple. Just as he was about to use the same trick again, his eyes suddenly narrowed because, in that instant, he had lost sight of Yang Kai. Even with Zhang Fan's ability, he was unable to discover how he had disappeared. Little did they know a small gap in the Grand Array had been split open at that moment. Zhang Fan's original plan was to kill Yang Kai's subordinates one by one in front of him and the Star City. Afterwards, he would kill the Scarlet Flood Dragon. All his actions were planned. First, to pay for the death of Sword Pavilion's disciples on the Yuan Magnetic Mountain, and second, to put pressure on Yang Kai. Otherwise, why would he bring these people and the Scarlet Flood Dragon here? He would have just killed them on the Yuan Magnetic Mountain. Although Yang Kai kept saying that he was no longer a member of Scarlet Star, many of the captured people had fought a life-or-death battle for him. If Yang Kai really ignored their plight, who would dare trust him in the future? If this could provoke Yang Kai, it would be for the best, and even if it failed, Sword Pavilion would not lose anything. Rather, it would let the world know the fate of those who provoked Sword Pavilion. It was killing two birds with one stone. He thought Yang Kai would care more about his life and ignore these irrelevant characters, or he would lose his mind in anger for his subordinates. But he had never expected things to go so far beyond his expectations. When Yang Kai's figure disappeared from his field of vision, a sense of crisis gripped Zhang Fan's heart, and he instinctively had a bad premonition. Shouting out loud, "Be careful!" Just as his words fell, he caught sight of Yang Kai again. But at this moment, Yang Kai had appeared beside Guiziyan like a ghost, the space around him distorting. As soon as he appeared, he stretched his hand towards the side and grabbed the air. Lu Shui, who was hovering 100 meters away from Guiziyan, was still paying attention to the spot Yang Kai had been standing in the Star City, but in the blink of an eye, Yang Kai had disappeared from her sight. By the time she realized something had gone wrong, Yang Kai had already reached out his hand towards her, seemingly covering the sky with it. Lu Shui couldn't help but feel like she couldn't escape. She was a fourth-order open heaven realm master though, so the moment she noticed something wrong, she let out a shout as a purple sword light shot out from the center of her brow, flying straight ahead. At the same time, she hastily retreated. The might of this attack was extraordinary. It was a surefire blow that she trained for centuries. She would never use it unless she were facing a life-or-death crisis or to kill an open heaven realm master. The same time Lu Shui's sword shot out, the nearby Luo Qingyun also made a move. A long sword appeared in his hand out of thin air. The next moment, a dazzling sword light surrounded him and the long sword as he became one with it. Immediately after, he slashed towards Yang Kai with a ferocious look on his face. Julie, on the other hand, retreated 1,000 meters with a terrified look on his face. He had been traumatized by Yang Kai back on the Yuan Magnetic Mountain, as had he watched Bi Jian tragically die in just one move. Even after so many days, that memory was still vivid in his mind. When he saw Yang Kai appear near him, the first thought that crossed his mind was to run away quickly and then decide what to do next. In the time it takes for a spark to fly off a flint, the purple sword light that flew out from the center of Lu Shui's brow was pinched by Yang Kai's hand as a deafening sword cry reverberated across the sky. Lu Shui's pretty eyes bulged, looking completely shocked because Yang Kai was unscathed even after taking her certain death blow. Not only that, Yang Kai had actually sandwiched a tiny purple sword light between his fingers. That little sword light seemed to be sentient as it kept struggling in Yang Kai's hand, but it couldn't break free of his grip no matter what. Die! At that moment, an angry Luo Qingyun slashed straight towards Yang Kai's waist. A smile couldn't help but appear on Luo Qingyun's face as if he saw Yang Kai being cut into two by his attack. He believed that Yang Kai, with his cultivation only being in the Emperor realm, would be unable to withstand the all-out strike of a fourth-order open heaven realm master. However, the force of the countershock from his hand made Luo Qingyun's smile instantly turn stiff. The next moment, he saw a layer of light brown aura around Yang Kai. A prismatic earth element power protected Yang Kai, blocking the blow. That sword had struck the earth element shield. As expected of the full power attack of a fourth-order open heaven realm master, even the firm earth element shield was unable to block it and shattered into pieces. The sharp sword slashed into Yang Kai's waist, cutting through his clothes. As the two passed by each other, Yang Kai indifferently glanced at Luo Qingyun. The sword light dissipated as Luo Qingyun appeared, his face distorted in shock and fear. It was because of Yang Kai's glance. There was nothing but contempt in his eyes, as if he was looking at an ant. Suddenly, a cry came from behind as Luo Qingyun promptly turned around. The next moment, he couldn't help but have his eyes crack wide open as he roared, "Let her go!" In the middle of thousands of enemies, Yang Kai was holding Lu Shui by her slender neck, hiding behind her and looking out with a mocking expression. Right then, a cold gleam came to a stop just before Lu Shui's throat. Who knows when Zhongfan had arrived with his long sword? He was a fifth-order Open Heaven Realm Master, stronger than any other Open Heaven Realm Master present, so as soon as he saw Yang Kai attack Lu Shui, he realized what his plan was and immediately flew to rescue her. Be that as it may, even if Luo Qingyun made his move to stop Yang Kai, Zhongfan was still a little too slow. When he arrived, Yang Kai had already grasped Lu Shui by her neck and was using her as his shield. With Lu Shui as Yang Kai's hostage, Zhongfan couldn't do anything. As their gazes met, Zhongfan flew into a rage and scowled in anger. The long sword in his hand was pointed at Yang Kai, but he couldn't thrust it forward. Lu Qingyun looked worried, whereas Zhu Li was horrified, and Long Tai, who had somehow recovered from his dazed state, was shocked. At this moment, the world had gone completely silent as countless eyes were glued in their direction. Everything happened too fast, so except for a few people, no one knew what happened. By the time everyone reacted, everything was already over. Countless people asked in their hearts, "How is this possible? What gave Yang Kai the courage to rush out? How come he is fine after taking Luo Qingyun's attack? How did Lu Shui get caught in his hands? And why didn't she resist?" So many questions came up in their hearts, but no one could give them any answers. Not only were the onlookers puzzled, but even Luo Qingyun and Zhongfan looked at Lu Shui in confusion. Although she was a woman, she was still a fourth-order Open Heaven Realm Master. How could she get captured by Yang Kai so easily? What's more, why wasn't she trying to escape? As long as Lu Shui could free herself from Yang Kai's grip, they would be able to immediately attack him. Only Lu Shui knew in her heart that when Yang Kai captured her, a scorching and terrifying power immediately invaded her body. That power wantonly burned her meridians, blood, and her flesh. She was trembling and in a hell of pain. Her clothes became drenched in cold sweat in an instant. That was definitely the fire element power refined by Yang Kai, but Lu Shui had never seen such a pure and high-order fire element power before. Her own strength was unable to compete with this fire element power, simply turning into fuel to be burned upon contact. All she could do was urge her strength with all her might to resist the scorching heat, unable to divert her attention from the process at all. So how could she fight off Yang Kai? If she did that, she would be reduced to ashes immediately. Just what order fire element is this? Lu Shui had a faint guess in her heart, but she couldn't believe it. Back in the mansion, Yuhi looked at Yang Kai with a complicated expression on her face. This guy and that man are indeed very different, but in some respects they are similarly crazy. They will ignore life and death, a kind of madness that makes them captivating. Her mind seemed to have traveled thousands of years into the past, returning to a time when she was young, and a sense of desolation immediately surged from the depths of her heart. Qin Tianfei, who was hiding in the void, trembled violently, his face full of horror. Although he had experienced Yang Kai's fearsome strength firsthand, he couldn't help but feel shocked when he witnessed it once again. That guy is a monster. In this grand ancient ruins boundary, where Open Heaven Realm Masters can't display their true strength, who can go against him? Bei Yushan, who was beside him, couldn't help but gulp nervously. His loud gulp was clearly showcasing the fear he was feeling. Under everyone's eyes, Yang Kai grinned and gently pushed Lu Shui forward. Seeing the tip of the sword getting closer and closer to her throat, Lu Shui couldn't help but look at Zhongfan with a pleading look in her beautiful eyes. Zhongfan's facial muscles twitched as he pulled the long sword back. "Shameless." Zhongfan gritted his teeth and cursed. Yang Kai sneered, "I learned from you." Zhongfan was rendered speechless. He used the lives of Guo Ziyan and others to threaten Yang Kai before, and in the blink of an eye, Yang Kai was now using Lu Shui to threaten him. The tables had turned so quickly Yang Kai ignored him and looked at Guo Ziyan with a solemn expression, stating, "This king has implicated you." Guo Ziyan was moved and apologized. "Sixth manager, please don't say that. It is we humble subordinates who have brought you disgrace." He hated his lack of strength. Yang Kai even left the Scarlet Flood Dragon and Earth Dragon to protect them, but he couldn't even send a message at the critical moment. Otherwise, Yang Kai would not have been forced into such a passive situation. However, he couldn't be blamed for this either. The main reason was that Sword Pavilion and Thunderlight had too many people, and they attacked in a rapid manner. When they reached the Yuan Magnetic Mountain, they captured them right away and then split up to encircle and suppress the Earth Dragon and Scarlet Flood Dragon. Guo Ziyan simply didn't have the time to send a message. Yang Kai shook his head and stated, "I'm no longer the sixth manager of Scarlet Star, don't call me sixth manager again." Guo Ziyan was startled, but he was also a wise worldly man. He just glanced at the Star City, and then after thinking about what he had heard and seen before, he immediately understood Yang Kai's predicament. A look of shame appeared on his face, one that he could not hide even when he tried to. He was a Scarlet Star Grey commander, but he definitely could not come to terms with what the managers of Scarlet Star had done. However, he was unable to change anything now. Meanwhile, Yang Kai stared at Zhong Fan and asked, "Old dog, now you have my people in your hands, and I also have your people in my hands. What are you going to do?" Zhong Fan looked at Yang Kai coldly and snorted coldly, "If you let her go, I won't kill you." Yang Kai grinned at him before shouting, "Guo Ziyan." Guo Ziyan was disheveled, but although he was captured and his cultivation was sealed, he replied in a deep voice, "The humble subordinate is here. How many people did they kill on the Yuan Magnetic Mountain?" A trace of grief flashed in Guo Ziyan's eyes, and he cupped his fist and replied, "My lord, this humble subordinate had 72 men under his command, but now only 39 are left. We lost 33 brothers in that battle." Yang Kai gave a nod before his momentum surged, giving the impression as if a god of war had descended. The next moment he declared aloud, "This king will now take revenge for our 33 men. Open your eyes and watch." The moment he declared this, Zhong Fan's face changed drastically and he roared, "You dare." Nonetheless, Yang Kai smacked his palm as the wind and cloud surged. An enormous palm descended from the sky, pressing down towards a group of Thunderlight and Sword Pavilion members. A giant palm seal slammed down from the sky, shattering space and causing a series of explosions. No one had expected Yang Kai to act so crazily. He was all alone in the middle of countless enemies. But not only did he not restrain himself, he even took the initiative to attack. Sword Pavilion's sword formation hadn't been formed yet, and Thunderlight's disciples were still shaken from what happened, so the best these people could do was hurriedly gather their strength and launch hasty secret techniques and artifact attacks. The giant palm seal was riddled with holes from the countless attacks, but it still continued to press down. A series of miserable cries rang out as bloody mists exploded in the air one by one, like the most beautiful red roses in the world. Under the eyes of everyone present, blood-red flowers blossomed mid-air. When this attack was done, 33 blood flowers bloomed, no more, no less. A series of gasps rang out from all over the Star City as everyone stared incredulously at the figure hovering in the sky. Zhong Fan and the others' eyes were practically spitting fire as they stared at this figure. 33 of Guo Ziyan's subordinates had died in battle, so Yang Kai had killed 33 Sword Pavilion and Thunderlight disciples in front of everyone just to avenge those who had died. This arrogant act was undoubtedly a slap in the face of Sword Pavilion and Thunderlight, causing Zhong Fan and the others to feel their faces burn. Sword Pavilion and Thunderlight would not be able to survive in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary if they couldn't kill Yang Kai today. The long sword in Zhong Fan's hand trembled slightly as his sword chi fluctuated wildly. He wanted nothing more than to rush up to Yang Kai and tear him to pieces right now. But with Lu Shuer in Yang Kai's hands, he didn't dare act rashly. Yang Kai suddenly turned his head and glared at Zhong Fan, shouting, "This king forgot, it's not 33. You've killed one more." As soon as these words were spoken, all of Thunderlight and Sword Pavilion disciples' expressions changed drastically as they quickly retreated, putting some distance between them and Yang Kai. Although they had a lot of people, none of them wanted to haunt this world due to an unjust death. In an instant, there was no one else within a kilometer of Yang Kai, apart from Zheng Fan and a few other open heaven realm masters. The might of this one person was terrifying. What are you going to do? Zheng Fan looked over coldly. Since you've invited me to watch a show, this king will also invite you to watch a show. Saying so, the purple sword light that belonged to Lu Xue between his fingers turned and directly stabbed into Lu Xue's chest. Then with a palm strike, he plunged the purple sword straight into Lu Xue's body. Lu Xue let out a muffled groan as she used all her strength to resist the burning might of the golden crow true fire. At this moment, she was injured by Yang Kai, causing her to sweat profusely. Her white clothes immediately became stained with blood. Her skin became redder as steam rose from her, and she let out a painful cry. You court death. Luo Qingyun's eyes instantly turned bloodshot as he shouted, grinding his teeth. Zhong Fan's expression instantly became dark and gloomy. Although Yang Kai's killing of 33 people with a single palm strike had made him angry, they were just a few disciples under him while most belonged to Thunder Light. He could replace them if they died. But Lu Xue was different. She was one of the Sword Pavilion's leaders, and now that she had been tortured by Yang Kai like this, he had no choice but to re-examine Yang Kai's madness. Guo Ziyan and the 30 or so Scarlet Star disciples who had been captured all were looking dispirited at first, but after witnessing Yang Kai's series of unexpected actions with their own eyes, their morale was greatly lifted. Their sixth manager was truly cold and cruel. He could even be so merciless towards a beauty like Lu Xue. If it was them, they might not be able to bear it, but they had to admit that seeing this scene really made them feel happy and their blood boil, making them feel warmth deep in their hearts. They couldn't help feeling an impulse to follow the sixth manager into the gates of hell. Even if they died here, they would have no regrets. If you dare say another word, I'll rip off her head. Yang Kai turned to Luo Qingyun and shouted. Luo Qingyun's sword intent surged as he watched Lu Xue suffer. How could he not want to save her? In fact, he had been looking for an opportunity to save her the entire time, but unfortunately Yang Kai had spread his divine sense to the surroundings and was monitoring everyone's actions. Luo Qingyun was unable to find any gap to strike, so he could not do anything. At this moment, when he looked into Yang Kai's cold eyes, he was shocked and realized that Yang Kai wasn't joking and would really do what he said. The anger in his heart was like a volcano that could erupt at any moment. But he didn't dare to say anything, lest Yang Kai really rip Lu Xue's head off. Humph! Yang Kai smiled disdainfully and shouted, Guo Ziyan. Guo Ziyan's expression became solemn. Your humble subordinate is here. Are you afraid of death? Yang Kai turned to look at him. Guo Ziyan's mouth twitched. He really wanted to say that he wasn't afraid of death looking at Yang Kai's display of prestige. But who wouldn't be afraid of death? Saying such words would seem hypocritical, so he immediately smiled and said, I'm afraid. But he immediately added, but your humble subordinate believes that if we die here today, Sir will definitely take revenge for us. He had no doubt about this. Yang Kai just confirmed this by avenging the lives of the 33 people. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Very good. Guo Ziyan added in a heavy voice. Sir, you don't need to worry about us, you can act as you please. Even if we die here, we won't hold you back. Fellow brothers, don't you all agree? We will obey Sir's orders. The more than 30 people shouted in unison as their voice reverberated through the sky. Their faces filled with determination. The onlookers were moved and a look of admiration blanketed their faces. Whether these words were sincere or forced by the circumstances, Yang Kai being able to obtain such support from Guo Ziyan and the others at this time showed his charisma. Chen Tianfei and the others, on the other hand, had complicated looks on their faces. They had commanded Scarlet Star for many years, and although they had many capable subordinates, they had never seen such a display of loyalty. It hadn't been that long since Guo Ziyan was assigned to Yang Kai, just a month or two, but he had already been subdued to such an extent. They couldn't believe that a Scarlet Star disciple could act like this. Yang Kai's face turned solemn as he swept his gaze over them, seemingly trying to memorize their faces. He noticed Guo Ziyan's calmness, fear of death, and desire for life in some people's eyes, and also many expectations from him. He nodded his acknowledgement before claiming, Don't worry, if you die, I'll bury these 3,000 people with you. As soon as he said this, the entire crowd went into an uproar. Yang Kai might have shown extraordinary combat strength. After all, A fourth-order open heaven realm master like Lu Shui was not able to resist him. Likewise, the other open heaven realm masters might not be a match for Yang Kai in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. However, what he said was still too arrogant. There were 3,000 people here, not 3,000 rocks on the side of the road. Even if they stood there and let him kill them, it would still take him a long time to accomplish. Not to mention there were a number of open heaven realm masters still overseeing them. Furthermore, the Sword Pavilion disciples could even form their Starfall sword formation to boost their strength. Even if Scarlet Star went all out, it would not be their opponent, let alone a lone person called Yang Kai. Someone secretly shook his head. Isn't this young fellow too arrogant? Does he really think he's invincible? Someone even sneered, who doesn't know how to boast? If it was me, I would boast a lot better than him. Ah, this brat. I thought he was intelligent and talented. But who would have thought that he would be so stupid as to say such things? Even he, who had been paying close attention to Yang Kai in the mansion, frowned. It wasn't that she didn't believe in Yang Kai's strength, as she had also witnessed Yang Kai defeat hundreds of Thunderlight disciples with the Scarlet Flood Dragon. But the 3,000 people before her eyes were different. Thunderlight had brought its full strength out, and Sword Pavilion also had 300 disciples here. Once they used their sword formation, they would be invincible. If Yang Kai relied on his space secret techniques to deal with them, he might be able to defeat them, but killing 3,000 people was a bit unrealistic. Junior, your arrogance is quite big for your age. Zhong Fan coldly snorted. Whether my arrogance is big or small, you'll know soon enough. Yang Kai looked at him disdainfully. Old dog, I'll give you two choices. The first is to release my men and I'll trade this woman with you. And the second is to kill my men and I'll have this woman accompany them to the underworld. Which one do you choose? Zhong Fan's face turned dark and gloomy. Yang Kai's intention was obviously to exchange hostages. But when he proposed the exchange, he spoke in a threatening manner, making everyone feel angry. What made Zhong Fan even more helpless was that he couldn't ignore Lu Shui's life and death. To any force, a fourth-order open heaven realm master was a critical pillar that could not be lost. How do you expect this old master to believe you? After pondering for a moment, Zhong Fan rolled his eyes at Yang Kai. If this old master lets them go, what if you go back on your word? Do you have a choice? Yang Kai sneered. Zhong Fan suggested, this old master will release half of them first. Once you let her go, this old master will definitely release the other half. However, Yang Kai acted as if he didn't hear her and raised Lu Shui high up in the air. A murderous look flashed on his face as he stated indifferently, I'll count to 3. If I don't see what I want, you can just wait to collect this woman's corpse. 1. Junior, don't push things too far. Zhong Fan was furious. Yang Kai's unyielding attitude was extremely infuriating. He had already taken a step back and agreed to let half of them go. But who would have thought that Yang Kai wouldn't accept it at all? There were so many eyes here. So how could he take being so openly disdained? 2. Yang Kai remained unmoved, his expression indifferent. Luo Qingyun nervously looked at Zhong Fan. The long sword in his hand was already tightly clenched. As long as Yang Kai shouted 3, he would promptly attack him. Zhong Fan's aura also quickly rose to its peak as he stared fixedly at Yang Kai. He could tell that although Yang Kai had mentally prepared Guo Ziyan and the others in advance and told them he would avenge them, he didn't want to see Guo Ziyan and the others die here. Otherwise, he wouldn't have wanted to exchange hostages. At this critical moment, whoever buckled to the pressure first would suffer a crushing defeat. As such, Zhong Fan's face was filled with determination. Yang Kai's mouth opened slightly as a grin appeared on his face. The word 3 had already formed in his mouth as a powerful energy fluctuation pulsated from his hand. Zhong Fan immediately shouted, "Release them!" His imposing aura instantly fell to the bottom. In the end, he didn't dare to take the risk. Yang Kai could ignore the life and death of Guo Ziyan and the others, and at worst, he would just avenge them. But the Sword Pavilion couldn't afford to lose Lu Shui. Luo Qingyun also let out a sigh of relief, his hand gripping his sword, sweating profusely. After Zhong Fan's command, Guo Ziyan and the others who had been captured also broke free from their shackles and flew towards Yang Kai. When they got close, Guo Ziyan cupped his fists with a face filled with gratitude and shame. Sir, Yang Kai nodded and whispered, "Where's the Earth Dragon?" He still had no idea if the Earth Dragon was alive or dead. Guo Ziyan said, "The Earth Dragon is unharmed and has escaped under the Yuan Magnetic Mountain." It was quite sly, so when it saw that the situation wasn't looking good, it immediately fled. It was proficient in the Earth Escape technique, so even if Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light had a lot of people, they couldn't do anything to it. It was also impossible for them to continue searching for its traces in the Yuan Magnetic Mountain, so they simply left it alone. After all, their main target was, at the end of the day, Yang Kai. Good. Yang Kai felt relieved. He finally heard some good news. The Scarlet Flood Dragon was also quickly released. Comparatively speaking, the Scarlet Flood Dragon's injuries were the most severe. Many of its scales had fallen off, it was bleeding from everywhere, and there was a huge gaping wound on its neck. It looked extremely pitiful. It flew over to Yang Kai and lowered its head. It expressed its anger and helplessness via divine sense, as it stared at Lu Shui in Yang Kai's hand. It bared its teeth as if it wanted to swallow her whole. The enormous wound on its neck was the handiwork of Lu Shui. Lu Shui got really nervous at the sight of this. Zhang Fan and Luo Qingyun also couldn't help but have their hearts jump to their throats. They were afraid that Yang Kai would go back on his word. Fortunately, Yang Kai didn't let the Scarlet Flood Dragon bite, and simply patted its head. "Go back." He then ordered Guo Ziyan and the others too. "All of you go back first." Guo Ziyan was momentarily taken aback. "Sir, what about you?" "Don't worry. These scum can't do anything to me." Guo Ziyan was deeply worried and wanted to persuade him otherwise. Still, when he noticed Yang Kai's determined expression, he knew he wouldn't be able to persuade him otherwise and couldn't help but admire him. He is still able to remain so calm and collected even in the face of so many enemies. Sir is really something else. "Then, sir, you must be careful," Guo Ziyan exhorted before leading more than 30 people and Scarlet Flood Dragon towards the Star City. The Star City's defensive grand array appeared to still be closed, so Yang Kai turned his head in the direction of Chen Tianfei and the others, where they were hiding, and stared at them silently, giving off an invisible pressure. After a dozen breaths of time, Chen Tianfei's brow twitched as he secretly issued an order. A crack appeared in the grand array as Guo Ziyan and the Scarlet Flood Dragon rushed into the Star City. Although Chen Tianfei and the others didn't want to offend Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light in the eyes of outsiders, Guo Ziyan and the others were still members of Scarlet Star, so locking their own people outside wasn't very appropriate. They had no choice but to let them pass. As for the Scarlet Flood Dragon, it was just tagging along. After Guo Ziyan and the others had entered the Star City, this hostage exchange had undoubtedly been won by Yang Kai. Now, Yang Kai had gained complete control of the situation. With Lu Shui in his hands, whether he wanted to fight or flee was up to him. Although Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light had many people, it was highly unlikely that they could do anything to him. Many people had looks of admiration on their faces. If they were in Yang Kai's shoes, they wouldn't have been able to do such a thing, but after thinking about it carefully, Sword Pavilion was also helpless. As long as they couldn't bear to give up on Lu Shui, they would definitely choose to compromise. A gust of wind blew over, causing Yang Kai's clothes to flap. The next moment, divine senses spread out and locked onto Yang Kai one after another as a thick murderous intent filled the air. The 300 Sword Pavilion disciples quietly changed their formation and sealed off the surrounding area. In an instant, Yang Kai was completely surrounded and had no way out. "That brat is in trouble now," Chen Tianfei stated softly. In this situation, unless he could suppress Lu Shui and find a way to survive, it would be impossible for him to escape this inescapable net. He asked for it. Oh, Yang Lai coldly snorted. Does he really think he can do whatever he wants just because he is slightly capable? If you were him, what would you do now? Lady Qin asked. Chen Tianfei shook his head. Lu Shui is his only chance of survival. If he wants to live, he must not let her go. At this moment, Zhong Fan shouted, "Release her." Yang Kai pursed his lips into a smile. "Don't worry. This king always keeps his word." Saying so, under everyone's stunned gazes, he directly pushed Lu Shui away. Chen Tianfei's eyes, which had been narrowed into slits, suddenly bulged, as if they were about to pop out at any moment, and he couldn't help but cry out, That brat is crazy. He had just said that if Yang Kai wanted to live, he couldn't let Lu Shui go. But Yang Kai did just that as soon as he said this. With Lu Shui in his hands, Yang Kai still held the initiative. But how could he survive now that he had released her? Was he tired of living and courting death? Not only did Qin Tianfei not expect this, but even the person in question did not expect it. When Lu Shui was pushed out, her face was filled with perplexity, as if she had not expected to escape from Yang Kai's control. However, Zhong Fan's eyes lit up as he roared, "Damn brat. Because of this, I respect you as a hero and will definitely give you a quick and painless death." Once he spoke, he pulled Lu Shui to his side as the long sword in his hand shook as he prepared to attack. But right then, Lu Shui spurted a mouthful of blood. The blood mist she spat out was extremely hot, as if it was boiling. Not only that, but Lu Shui turned red all over as steam rose from her head. Ha! Zhong Fan's pupils constricted as he instinctively felt that something was wrong. Previously, Lu Shui had also acted strangely, but at that time she had been suppressed by Yang Kai. Zhong Fan had thought that Yang Kai had used some underhanded trick against her, but now that she had been released, she shouldn't have acted like this. Even if Yang Kai had planted some kind of trick in her body, with her fourth-order Open Heaven Realm Foundation, she should have been able to deal with it easily. "Uncle Zhong, save me!" Lu Shui cried out hoarsely, her beautiful eyes filled with fear and panic. Zhong Fan couldn't be bothered to find trouble with Yang Kai anymore and directly reached out and grabbed Lu Shui's wrist, sending his pure energy into her body. But the next moment, he withdrew his hand as if it had been stung by a snake or scorpion and exclaimed in shock, "How is this possible?" In that instant, he discovered that Lu Shui's body was filled with a violent and oppressive scorching energy that was wantonly burning her meridians and flesh. This scorching energy was extremely pure, so pure that he found it unbelievable. Lu Shui was a fourth-order Open Heaven Realm Master, yet she was actually unable to suppress it. In this situation, even if Lu Shui went all out, she would still be burned to death in less than an hour. Zhong Fan turned his head and saw Yang Kai staring at him with a playful look on his face. It was no wonder Yang Kai had let Lu Shui go so easily. It was not out of chivalry, but because he had other plans in mind. If he wanted Lu Shui to live, Zhong Fan would need to help her suppress the scorching energy. Otherwise, she would die without a doubt. Furthermore, apart from him, no one else could help her. This way, the only fifth-order Open Heaven Realm Master would be completely pinned down and would not be able to make a move. Zhong Fan ground his teeth. He thought that this little brat was a straightforward and heroic character. But who would have thought he was this despicable and shameless? He secretly hated himself for misjudging Yang Kai and now wanted nothing more than to dig out his eyes. "Kill him!" After a moment's thought, Zhong Fan shouted and at the same time swung his sleeve, covering Lu Shui with his energy as the two flew down, landing on a nearby hill. As he put down Lu Shui, Zhong Fan shouted, "Concentrate and suppress it with all your strength. I'll help you." Saying so, he turned around and walked to Lu Shui's back and put his palm behind her, sending a burst of pure energy into her body to help her suppress the scorching energy. Lu Shui didn't dare to be negligent. She promptly sat down cross-legged and formed a set of hand seals while silently circulating her secret art. Seeing this, how could the countless cultivators inside and outside the Star City not know that Yang Kai had used some underhanded trick on Lu Shui? Otherwise, why would Zhong Fan bring Lu Shui to a relatively safe place and help her heal her injuries? That boy surnamed Yang's schemes run deep. With one move, Sword Pavilion and Thunderlight lost 2 mid-rank Open Heaven Realm cultivators. Even if that's the case, so what? They still have 3 mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters, not to mention they also have at least 20 or 30 low-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. He's too smart for his own good. He managed to tie down Zhong Fan by himself, but that doesn't affect the overall situation. Does he really think he can take on 3,000 people by himself? Ha! In the face of absolute power, any kind of scheme is useless. The crowd broke into a discussion. None of them was optimistic about Yang Kai's chances and all of them thought that he had made the wrong decision. If he really wanted to live, he shouldn't have let Lu Shui go so easily. At this moment, Sword Pavilion and Thunderlight no longer had any worries, so why would they show him any mercy? Just as everyone was raring to go, a powerful voice suddenly rang out from the Star City. "Brat, as long as you submit to this young master and become this young master's slave, this young master will guarantee your safety." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone turned their heads and saw a young man in luxurious robes standing mid-air, smiling as he stared at Xianxia. There were 7 or 8 servants standing behind him. Judging from this young man's aura, he was just an Emperor realm cultivator, but his clothes looked quite expensive. By the looks of it, he seemed to have an extraordinary background. But this was the grand ancient ruins boundary, so what if he had an extraordinary background? Many people were discussing this matter for a time, trying to guess which force this young man belonged to, as he was acting way too arrogant. His declaration took everyone by surprise. After all, Sword Pavilion and Thunderlight's 3,000 disciples were all ready to go. And yet, he arrogantly claimed that he could protect Xianxia. Although everyone didn't discuss loudly, they were clearly heard by the young man. It immediately caused him to feel annoyed, so he couldn't help but coldly snort as an arrogant look appeared on his face. A guard behind him stepped out and condescendingly gazed over the crowd before coldly introducing, "My young master is the descendant of the 3rd elder of Azure Nether Paradise. Who dares insult him?" As soon as his voice fell, everyone was stunned silent. Azure Nether Paradise was one of the 72 paradises and was considered a top force in the 3,000 worlds. Being able to become an elder in a paradise and even be ranked 3rd meant that he was at least a high-rank open heaven realm master. This boy was from the Azure Nether Paradise and had a high-rank open heaven realm ancestor. His backing really wasn't small. If he insisted on protecting Xianxia, Sword Pavilion and Thunderlight would have to consider the consequences of offending him. He might not be able to do anything to Sword Pavilion and Thunderlight in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, but what about outside the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary? With just a word, Sword Pavilion and Thunderlight would be removed from the face of this world. His request was indeed a bit excessive. He wanted Xianxia to submit to him and become his slave. Be that as it may, it was pretty good that he had a choice in the face of death, so who would care so much about it? What's more, the other party had an extraordinary background. Being a slave to such a person wasn't necessarily a bad deal. Even Luo Qingyun and the others who were preparing to act froze in place, not knowing whether they should act or not. All of them stared nervously at Xianxia, afraid that he would agree. Observing Xianxia's expression, the young man's expression became even more arrogant as he pointed his chin towards Xianxia and stated, "Brat, if you miss this opportunity, you won't be able to find another chance. Think carefully before answering this young master. You want me to submit to you and become your slave?" Xianxia tilted his head and looked at the young man. When he was cultivating in seclusion, he had noticed the arrival of these people from Azure Nether Paradise, but he hardly cared about them. By the looks of it, it should be this guy. The young man smiled. "That will be your greatest honor." "Is that so?" Xianxia muttered noncommittally. Luo Qingyun hurriedly interjected, "Xianxia, when a man walks the world, he must have an unyielding character. He should prefer death while standing than kneeling in order to live. Think carefully, don't let a single misstep lead to eternal regret." He was really afraid that Xianxia would agree. If that was the case, then what was the point of Sword Pavilion and Thunderlight joining forces today? How would he avenge Lu Shui? "This young master is speaking. How dare you interrupt?" The young man from Azure Nether Paradise suddenly glared at Luo Qingyun with an angry look on his face. "What's your name? If you have the guts, announce it here." Luo Qingyun's expression immediately became extremely ugly. Under everyone's watchful eyes, if he didn't reply, he would appear weak. But if he did, he would be afraid of being punished later. Although he was a 4th-order open heaven realm master, he was still nothing in front of a colossus like a paradise. Even if this young man couldn't really represent Azure Nether Paradise, just the strength behind him was not something Luo Qingyun could contend with. For the moment, he found himself riding a tiger, unable to get off midway. At the same time, his heart was filled with incomparable fury. If it weren't for this young man's backing, how could a mere Emperor realm brat dare act so presumptuously in front of him? Fortunately, the young man didn't make things too difficult for him. At this moment, it was the perfect opportunity to subdue Xianxia, so he was completely focused on just that and couldn't care about anything else. As long as he could subdue Xianxia, all of Xianxia's harvests on the Yuan Magnetic Mountain would be his. That was a lot of 6th-order Yuan magnetic divine stones. Even in the cave heavens and paradises, it would still be a considerable amount of resources. The old ancestor would look at him in a new light when he returned to Azure Nether Paradise with this kind of harvest. What's more, Xianxia had a 5th-order open heaven realm maidservant with him, so perhaps he could use this opportunity to obtain her. Ever since he met Yu He that day, he had been unable to forget her. Seeing Luo Qingyun not respond, he snorted lightly and turned to Xianxia, asking, "This young master's patience is limited? Have you thought it through?" Xianxia replied indifferently, "You don't have the qualifications to make me your slave." As soon as he finished speaking, his body shook, and a powerful flame burst out from his figure, enveloping him like a raging inferno, causing the space around him to visibly distort and the world to tremble. Amidst the raging flames, Xianxia opened his eyes like two small suns, burning with scorching fire. A cold, murderous intent filled the air as he shouted in a dignified voice, "You dare interrupt my seclusion and disturb my mind? All of you deserve death. Today, I will use your dog lives to cultivate my divine ability." With a loud bang, the fire element power in his Dao seal began to surge. With Xianxia at the center, halos of flame spread out in all directions, one after another, emerging to no end. The next moment, miserable screams echoed through the sky. The cultivators closest to Xianxia didn't even have time to react before the wall of flames passed over them, igniting them into balls of fire that flew around like headless flies, crashing into their neighbors. However, in just 2 or 3 breaths of time, the screams came to an abrupt halt, and the burning fireballs were reduced to ash as they fell from the sky like dumplings. In an instant, dozens of people had fallen. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock as they watched this scene. Much to their surprise, Xianxia, who was alone, was the first to make a move even when he was surrounded by 3,000 people, including dozens of open heaven realm masters. Furthermore, dozens of cultivators had fallen with just one strike. What kind of fire is that? Chen Tianfei's eyes narrowed as he stared fixedly at the pitch-black flames burning around Xianxia. He had never felt a shock greater than this. Just the raging halo of flame alone was already so fierce, undoubtedly indicating that this fire element was of a very high order. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for these cultivators to be unable to resist it. A 5th-order fire element power would never be able to accomplish such a feat could it be 6th order. Chen Tianfei's heart shook as he realized he had been underestimating Xianxia all this time. Condensing a 6th-order fire element meant that Xianxia's aptitude was extraordinary, and his ambitions were immense. If this kind of person weren't born in a cave heaven or paradise, it would be impossible to cultivate to such an extent. Once he grows up, he would have a place in the 3,000 worlds. This boy's origins were always vague. Could it be that he is from a cave heaven or paradise? If that's not the case, why would he speak to the young man from Azure Nether Paradise like that? Thinking so, a thin layer of cold sweat appeared on Chen Tianfei's forehead as he secretly prayed that this was not the case. Otherwise, Scarlet Star's good days had come to an end. The raging burst of flames continued to spread outwards as bright flashes of light erupted. Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light disciples all activated their secret techniques and artifacts to protect themselves. The Sword Pavilion disciples even formed their own sword formations to block the raging flames. The Starfall sword formation's power was extraordinary, able to link together the strength of several dozen people once it was formed, boosting the power of all those who formed it, especially the one who held the core position. Even though the raging flames were quite powerful, they were still blocked by the sword curtain of this formation. On the other hand, although the number of Thunder Light cultivators was much larger, they were more akin to scattered sand than a cohesive unit. When they saw dozens of their companions die right before their eyes, all of them were terrified and hurriedly retreated. After Xianxia's initial attack, he instantly disappeared from his original position. There was a calm and indifferent look on his face as he rushed straight into the crowd and threw a punch. The punch was surrounded by raging golden crow true fire. The pitch-black flames caused even space to burn. Tens of Thunder Light disciples in the punch's path were reduced to ashes instantly. Long Tai's eyes bulged as he roared in fury, "Kill him!" As he spoke, he took the lead and charged straight at Yang Kai. On the other side, Luo Qingyun and Zhu Li, the other two fourth-order open heaven realm masters, used various methods to lock onto Yang Kai's figure with their divine senses. The former became one with his sword and slashed towards Yang Kai, while the latter slapped his waist and sent out a nail-shaped artifact. Under Zhu Li's control, the artifact flew towards Yang Kai in a silent but deadly manner. Seeing this, Yuhi shouted from below, "Young master, be careful." Although she knew that Yang Kai was strong, such a situation was still quite worrying. After all, two palms could not block four fists. A single careless mistake would result in death. Moreover, she had been paying close attention to Yang Kai's expression and was shocked to discover that there was something wrong with him at the moment, as if he wasn't actually focused on the battle he was engaged in. As expected, facing the attacks of the three mid-rank open heaven realm masters and countless others, Yang Kai didn't even try to dodge. All he did was summon a series of dragon shields around his body and unleash a flurry of punches and kicks. The ordinary disciples of Thunder Light who were struck by Yang Kai's attacks couldn't resist at all, and even low-rank open heaven realm masters had no choice but to dodge. Hong hong hong. Attacks landed on Yang Kai's body one after another, and no matter how strong his defensive secret technique was, it was unable to withstand such a flurry of fierce attacks. The dragon shields shattered, and before he reformed them, the remaining attacks were already upon him. Yang Kai's figure staggered, his clothes instantly becoming ragged as he instinctively manipulated space principles in an attempt to dodge. Unfortunately, Zhu Li's nail-like artifact actually had the effect of locking him in place and pinning him to the spot, making him unable to move. The next moment, a sword light swished over as Luo Qingyun roared, "Die!" The moment he brushed past Yang Kai, a splash of golden blood spurted out from Yang Kao's chest. Nonetheless, Luo Qingyun's eyes suddenly shrank because the sword strike had failed to kill Yang Kai. It was simply inconceivable. One had to know that he was using a secret technique to control his sword, so even if this attack struck a cultivator in the same realm, he or she would end up dying for sure. However, Yang Kai had only suffered some minor injuries, that's all. How tough is this guy's physical body? Is he even human? Luo Qingyun didn't know that although Yang Kai was human, he could take the form of an over 2,000 meters tall half-dragon using his dragon transformation secret technique. Yang Kai had been consuming dragon blood pills all the while as well, so his physique had risen to a new level. Therefore, how could he be so easily killed? Rather, the fact that Luo Qingyun could injure his physical body was already quite a feat. Golden blood was flowing out of his chest. But Yang Kai didn't seem to notice it at all. From the moment the battle began, the light in his eyes had become calm and cold, like a pool of still water. His entire body had turned into a mindless battle machine, only knowing how to fight. Long Tai flew over at that moment. He clenched his fists and raised them high before smashing them towards Yang Kai's head. Yang Kai suddenly raised his head and stared at him indifferently, causing Long Tai's heart to clench. He subconsciously felt that something was wrong, but it was too late for him to withdraw now, so all he could do was let out a furious roar and attack with all his strength, hoping for the best. Yang Kai sent out a punch of his own, and in front of everyone's astonished eyes, Long Tai was sent flying backwards at a speed faster than he had arrived, spurting a bloody mist as he tumbled through the air. The whole Star City went into an uproar. Long Tai was a fourth-order open heaven realm master while Yang Kai was just a mere emperor realm cultivator, yet in this frontal clash of punches, it was actually Long Tai who was sent flying and injured. Even if they were in the grand ancient ruins boundary, this was still inconceivable. Chun Tianfei smiled bitterly. If Long Tai had seen Yang Kai kill Du Nyangzi and gone hong like slaughtering chickens in Scarlet Star's main hall, he wouldn't have acted so rashly. In front of this monster, a fourth-order open heaven realm master is nothing. He still vividly remembered the terrifying scene of Yang Kai killing Du Nyangzi and would shudder every time he thought about it. The moment he repelled Long Tai, Yang Kai suddenly turned around and grabbed toward a certain spot in the sky. A few hundred meters away, Zhu Li's expression changed as he quickly changed his hand seals. But it was still too late. When Yang Kai withdrew his hand, a nail-shaped artifact appeared in his palm. It was Zhu Li's. The pitch-black flames in Yang Kai's palm burned fiercely. "Stop!" Zhu Li cried out in horror. This spirit-fixing nail was something he had obtained by chance while out for life experience, and its power was extraordinary. Once it was used, it would be like a maggot clinging to rotting bones. As long as he was given enough time, he would be able to use his secret technique to launch a fatal blow towards Yang Kai's soul through the nail, but before he could prepare himself, Yang Kai had seized the initiative. How is this possible? Looking at the rolling flames, Yang Kai obviously wanted to use his fire element power to destroy this artifact so as to avoid disturbing his space technique. Zhu Li had used his soul to refine the spirit-fixing nail, so if it was really destroyed, his soul would definitely be damaged, which was why he was panicking. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhu Li spurted a mouthful of blood and his aura instantly weakened as he stared at Yang Kai in shock. What the hell is this? What the hell kind of fire is this? The spirit-fixing nail's grade wasn't low, but in just a breath's worth of time, it had been reduced to ashes by the raging flames. Zhu Li couldn't imagine how high the order of this fire element was to be able to achieve this. In the blink of an eye, 2 of Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light's remaining 3 mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters had been injured. In comparison, Long Tai's injuries were relatively light. He was just punched by Yang Kai, that's all. On the other hand, Zhu Li's soul had taken damage without the spirit-fixing nail's restraint. Yang Kai immediately rushed out like a flood dragon going out to sea, leaving behind a series of afterimages as he charged into the crowd. The pitch-black golden crow's true fire devoured everything in its path, recklessly burning everything it touched. The Emperor Realm cultivators who were struck by it were all killed, none of them able to resist. Even some of the low-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters who were mixed in with the crowd quickly retreated in fear. Clouds of blood mist exploded in the air as charred corpses fell from the sky. In the Star City, countless pairs of eyes stared blankly at this scene, almost forgetting to breathe as everyone felt a great shock. Before today, no one had ever thought that a single man of supposedly equal or lesser strength could kill thousands of enemies by himself while making them cry for their mothers and fathers. Even if Yang Kai lost in the end, the achievements he had made today would be enough to make everyone remember him. In the grand ancient ruins boundary, outside Scarlet Star's Star City, an impulsive and reckless young man with black hair fluttering in the wind was acting in a way that ordinary people couldn't. His courage was truly eye-opening. Fluctuations of space principles lingered around Yang Kai's body. He would instantly move to wherever there were more people, his killing intent shrouding the entire sky. He was fighting like a madman, his figure intangible as he never stopped moving, leaving afterimages as he flew through the air. It almost looked like there were several of him fighting. "Junior, don't you dare act so presumptuous." Luo Qingyan gritted his teeth and shouted. His sword transformed into 9 sword lights that slashed towards Yang Kai with a wave of his arm. He had been searching for an opening in Yang Kai's defense while chasing after his footsteps, but Yang Kai's movements were simply too fast, and his instantaneous movement technique made him too unpredictable. Luo Qingyun had tried several times but had failed to find an opportunity to strike. So now, when he had finally found an opening, he didn't hesitate to use his strongest divine ability. 9 flashes of sword light swished through the sky, instantly arriving in front of Yang Kai and striking his body. Duo. It didn't sound like it had hit flesh and blood, but rather an artifact of some kind. Yang Kai's figure shook and his clothes tore, drawing golden blood that radiated a shocking vitality from his wounds. Luo Qingyun's heart trembled as he stared at this scene in a daze. Previously, when he had failed to kill Yang Kai with his sword strike, he had already noticed that this guy's physical body was extraordinary. But now, even his strongest ability had failed to kill him. He was a sword cultivator who specialized in killing. If even he couldn't kill Yang Kai, then even with so many people present, who could kill him? Ordinary cultivators wouldn't even be able to injure him. As expected, after the 9 sword lights, countless attacks flew towards Yang Kai. But Yang Kai only used his Dragon Shield's secret technique to ward off those attacks. When the dazzling flashes of various colors finally disappeared, the Dragon Shield that surrounded Yang Kai's body shattered. But he did not suffer much damage. Luo Qingyun's heart sank as he turned to look towards Zhongfan. Right now, only a 5th-order Open Heaven Realm Master like Zhongfan had a chance to cut Yang Kai down. But as far as he could tell, Zhongfan was currently healing Lu Xue's injuries. He couldn't fathom what kind of method Yang Kai had used to force Zhongfan into a corner. Is this also part of his plan? Luo Qingyun couldn't believe it. No wonder he released Lu Shui so easily. I thought that he was a fool, but now it seems that he is actually quite shrewd. Unable to count on Zhongfan, Luo Qingyun's expression suddenly became solemn as he shouted, "Disciples of Sword Pavilion, obey my command. Form the defying heaven's star net formation." "Yes, sir." The hundreds of Sword Pavilion disciples' voices shook the sky. Each of them was greatly excited, as if they had been waiting for this moment. There weren't many Sword Pavilion disciples present here, only about 300. Among the crowd of 3,000 people, Sword Pavilion disciples only made up 10% of the forces. Furthermore, not many of their people had lost their lives at Yang Kai's hands since the start of the battle. Comparatively speaking, Sword Pavilion's losses were relatively small, since they had formed the Starfall Sword formation from the beginning to resist Yang Kai's initial flames attack. With both sides attacking and defending, it was undoubtedly much better than the scattered sand-like Thunder Light disciples. It could be said that 99% of the cultivators who died at Yang Kai's hands were Thunder Light disciples. Sword Pavilion disciples had already assumed the Starfall Sword formation in groups of 40 to 50, filling the world with sword chi. Now that Luo Qingyun had given the order, the sword formations rapidly moved towards Luo Qingyun. In less than 3 breaths of time, the auras of the Starfall Sword formations had been tightly linked together, with Luo Qingyun at the center. Sword Intense soared into the sky and gathered on Luo Qingyun's body, piercing a hole in space. Defying Heaven's Starnet formation complete. Luo Qingyun's aura rose steadily, and even though he was being suppressed by the world principles of the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, he still showed signs of breaking through the Emperor realm and striding into the open heaven realm. He stared at Yang Kai, who was still slaughtering his enemies, eyes filled with indifference. The Defying Heaven Star Net formation was the Sword Pavilion's most powerful formation. With this sword formation, Luo Qingyun was confident he could kill Yang Kai even without Zhongfan. That brat is in trouble now. Chan Tianfei sighed and slowly shook his head. In the end, he's still too young, showing off too much of his strength and not knowing how to restrain himself. Lady Qin also carried a solemn expression. I heard that the leader of Sword Pavilion came from a very large force, but for some unknown reason he had wandered outside and established Sword Pavilion. This Starfall Sword formation and Defying Heaven Star Net formation are both the formations of that force. Yanglai added with a nod. I've also heard of this before and seen the power of the Defying Heaven Star Net formation once. It was truly extraordinary. With this formation, Scarlet Star and Thunder Light will never be a match for Sword Pavilion. At the same time, Yang Kai, who was rushing through the crowd, also instinctively felt a sense of crisis. He felt as if needles were stabbing all over him. He promptly surged his earth element power from his Dao Seal, forming dragon shields again, one after another. Junior, it is your honor to die under my Sword Pavilion's formation. Luo Qingyun's indifferent voice rang as he pointed his sword towards Yang Kai before slashing it towards Yang Kai as swiftly as wind. Under the influence of his aura, the hundreds of Sword Pavilion disciples in the Grand Formation also began moving. From a distance, Yang Kai could no longer see anyone inside the Defying Heaven Star Net formation. There was only the sword intent lingering in the air. The next moment, a massive sword wave tore through the sky and struck Yang Kai. The sounds of something breaking rang immediately after. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the layered dragon shields around Yang Kai shattered one after another. Even though he was frantically using his Dao Seal to repair them, Yang Kai was still unable to keep up with the speed at which they were breaking. In just 7 or 8 breaths of time, the dragon shields had completely disappeared. Die! Luo Qingyun's happy voice rang from within the sword wave. A pitch-black flame engulfed Yang Kai's body with a loud bang as the raging Golden Crow's true fire swept towards the sword wave like it had a mind of its own. Wherever the black flame passed, the sword light would instantly dim as if it had been burned to ashes. In the eyes of the cultivators in the Star City, it was as if the black fire had devoured the sword wave, causing the enormous sword wave to shrink rapidly. Yang Kai's figure also continued to retreat. Although the Golden Crow's true fire's power was extraordinary, the Defying Heaven Star Net formation was still formed by hundreds of people, and with Luo Qingyun, a fourth-order Open Heaven Realm Master, controlling it, its power was truly immense. Cease your futile resistance. Luo Qingyun shouted. You will be buried here today for insulting my sword pavilion. With Luo Qingyun's angry roar, the sword wave which had been partially destroyed suddenly expanded and pierced through the void, showing faint signs of tearing through the pitch-black flames as it shot towards Xianxia. Once the Golden Crow's true fire was pierced through, it would not end well for him, even if Xianxia used his dragon transformation to bolster his physique. In this life and death struggle, even those from Thunder Light were unable to intervene. They could only watch from afar, not even daring to approach to within 1,000 meters lest they be affected by the sword wave or the black flames. In the sky, the Golden Crow's true fire that had been pushed to its limit was now evenly matched with the terrifying sword light. In the Star City, however, Chen Tianfei suddenly frowned and muttered, "Something's wrong." "What's wrong?" Bei Yushan asked curiously. "In such a situation, why hasn't that brat used his full strength yet?" Chen Tianfei asked in confusion. "He hasn't used his full strength?" Bei Yushan's eyes widened in disbelief. Chen Tianfei said solemnly, "Did you forget that this boy has a long spear in his hand? Although I don't know where that spear came from, there's no doubt it's an extremely powerful artifact. Why hasn't he used it yet?" As soon as these words were spoken, the managers of Scarlet Star fell into deep thought. How could they not know about the existence of the Azure Dragon Spear? That day, Gan Hong had died under that stunning spear. The might of this spear was something that even a Fourth-Order Open Heaven Realm Master couldn't resist, so if he were to use it now, even if it couldn't resolve the current crisis, it wouldn't be so bad. In a life-or-death crisis, who would hide their strength? Bei Yushan scratched his head and said, "Manager Chun, after hearing what you said, it seems like his condition has always been a bit off." In this life-and-death struggle, Xianxia's reactions seemed more instinctual than calculated, as if his mind wasn't on this battlefield. But that was simply inconceivable. Facing so many enemies by himself and not paying attention to the battlefield, how could he not care about his own life? Lady Qin's eyes suddenly narrowed as she seemed to recall something and covered her red lips. "Do you remember what he said before the battle commenced?" Yangbing lowered his head in contemplation before slowly reciting, "You dare interrupt my seclusion and disturb my mind? All of you deserve death. Today, I will use your dog lives to cultivate my divine ability." Chen Tianfei's face was filled with shock as he cried out, "Is that brat trying to stimulate his hidden potential using this life-and-death battle to cultivate some kind of divine ability?" The moment Chen Tianfei said this, the managers of Scarlet Star were all shocked. Is he for real? How could anyone be so crazy? Does he want to die? However, from Xianxia's previous performance and his current response, it was clear that he was cultivating some kind of divine ability. In the danger between life and death, there was great terror and great fear, but also great opportunities. Lingering near the gates of death would often give one a flash of inspiration or insight, allowing them to comprehend some grand mystery or truth. Chen Tianfei and the others were all Open Heaven Realm Masters, and after living for so many years, every one of them had experienced something similar at least once. However, all of their experiences were forced upon them. They never wanted to put themselves in a position where they would be trapped between life and death like Xianxia. "Crazy. This little brat is really crazy," Chen Tianfei muttered, shocked by his own thoughts. "Look behind him," Lady Qin suddenly exclaimed. The Scarlet Star managers quickly turned to look behind Xianxia, and what they saw immediately caused their eyes to narrow. The pitch-black flames around Xianxia suddenly started surging. Although the defying heavens star net formation was suppressing him, his aura was still rising at a terrifying rate. Soon, he had reached his limit, and the raging black flames were beating like a heart, like it was giving birth to a new life. This scene was witnessed by the managers of Scarlet Star City and by everyone in the Star City. Even though they were far away from Xianxia, everyone couldn't help but feel a sense of horrific pressure, as if some unparalleled monster was trying to break out of his body. He had been paying close attention to Xianxia all the while, ready to step in when she saw that he was at a disadvantage. With her Fifth-Order Open Heaven Realm cultivation, the strength she could display in this grand ancient ruins boundary was truly limited. If she really went up, it would be like throwing an egg against a rock in the face of the defying heavens star net formation, but she couldn't just stand by and watch Xianxia die. As long as she could wake Xianxia up from his trance-like state with his attainments in the Tao of space, he would definitely be able to escape with his life. However, after seeing the surging black flames, she forced herself to endure. Her heart jumped to her throat and her beautiful eyes were glued on Xianxia. Her fists were clenched tightly, to the point that her knuckles had turned white. If it wasn't for the grand ancient ruins boundary, would a mere emperor realm ant dare act so presumptuously in front of my sword pavilion? Break! Luo Qingyun's shout came from the sword wave. The defying heavens star net formation, which had already gained the upper hand, suddenly bloomed with a dazzling flash, tearing apart the black flames around Xianxia and striking him. Luo Qingyun couldn't help but have a look of joy on his face, as if he just saw Xianxia being killed. Although this battle had been difficult, he had still won and restored the lost face of Sword Pavilion, letting the world know that Sword Pavilion could not be humiliated. However, right at that moment, Luo Qingyun's heart suddenly clenched, and for some reason, an extreme sense of crisis flooded him. When he looked up, Xianxia, who had been completely calm and unresponsive until now, suddenly grinned as his indifferent eyes shone brilliantly as if he had finally come back to his senses, open. His voice wasn't loud, but it was like a thunderclap rolling across the skies, causing the world to tremble. In the blink of an eye, a huge orb of fire appeared behind Xianxia. It looked as if a sun was hanging behind him, shining with a golden light that illuminated the world, making it difficult for anyone to open their eyes. What is that? Countless cultivators who saw this scene were shocked. No one had ever seen such a strange phenomenon. Could it be that this Xianxia really has a small sun hidden inside his body? Not only were the Emperor Realm cultivators puzzled, but many Open Heaven Realm masters were also lost. Only a few people were stunned for a moment. Immediately after, they seemed to have realized something and their bodies trembled as a look of shock and disbelief took over their faces. After all, although they knew something ordinary people didn't know, none of them had ever seen it with their own eyes. Lady Qin covered her red lips and muttered, "Could this be manifestation?" Chun Tianfei spat out the word with great difficulty, his fat body trembling from the shock. The Ouyang brothers couldn't help but gulp nervously, whereas Bei Yushan stared at Xianxia in admiration and couldn't help exclaiming, "Astonishing!" Back then, Bei Yushan had been sent flying by Xianxia's punch in the main hall and, in truth, he had been having a hard time accepting it. He believed that he had underestimated his opponent too much. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been beaten so badly. But now that he saw the manifestation of a huge sun appear before him, the dissatisfaction in his heart instantly disappeared. For Xianxia to be able to cause a manifestation when he was only an Emperor Realm cultivator, Bei Yushan could finally accept that his loss that day was not undeserved, nor were the deaths of Dunyangzi and Ganhong. In the courtyard of Xianxia's mansion, Yuhi closed her eyes in pain. After managing to keep the secret for so long, has he finally exposed all his cards today? She secretly hated herself for not being strong enough to assist him, causing him to be unable to conceal himself well. However, she had never expected Xianxia to be able to create a manifestation at such a moment. From today onwards, Xianxia's secret would no longer be a secret. Under the eyes of so many people, how could he conceal it? It was not a big deal in the grand ancient ruins boundary, and with such a technique no one would be his opponent, but once he left the grand ancient ruins boundary? Once this shocking news spread, Xianxia would be doomed. Is the tragedy from 1,000 years ago going to repeat itself? Thinking of the man who had died so young, Yuhi's heart was filled with sorrow. That man and this man in front of her were both astonishing geniuses, but this man in front of her now seemed to be even more dazzling than the man from her past. At the very least, that man had not formed a manifestation in the Emperor Realm. Manifestation, it's actually a divine manifestation. How dare this brat act like this? Does he want to die? In the Star City, an elderly man called out in shock. His cultivation wasn't very high, just second-order Open Heaven Realm, but he had lived for a long time and had seen more than others. Ordinary Open Heaven Realm masters might not know of the existence of manifestations, but he had seen one before and thus knew about it. "Master, what is a manifestation?" Beside him, a cute little girl asked curiously. Suppressing the shock in his heart, the old man explained in a gentle voice, "When one of the Yin, yang, or 5 elements one has refined is pushed to the extreme, it will concentrate and transform into a world-shaking divine ability, which is known as a divine manifestation. Just like what you are seeing right now. The young girl nodded thoughtfully. Is that little sun his manifestation? Yes. Does Master have a manifestation? Me? The old man smiled wryly and shook his head. Master will never have a manifestation in his life. Why? The young girl was puzzled. The old man said sadly, not to mention a mere low-rank open heaven realm cultivator like me. Even those mid-rank open heaven realm masters will never be able to possess a manifestation in their life. Manifestations can only be created by those who have condensed 7th order or above elements. But that is only a hope. If one's comprehension is lacking, even if they have the qualifications to form a manifestation, they wouldn't be able to do so. Your master has only refined 2nd order elements, so how could I have the qualifications to form a manifestation? The young girl couldn't help but curl her pink lips and ask in surprise, Master, are you saying that Brother Yang refined a 7th order element? The old man nodded. It can't be wrong, otherwise it would have been impossible for him to form a manifestation. Since ancient times, those who could form manifestations were all disciples from top forces like the cave heavens or paradises, and all of them were already in the open heaven realm. To form a manifestation while still in the emperor realm like him, it is simply unheard of. Does that mean he's very powerful? The old man replied solemnly. Not only is he powerful, but he's a complete monster. The young girl waved her fist and shouted towards the sky. Big brother, you can do it, beat them all up. Seeing Xianxia being bullied by so many people, she had long ago felt indignant. She was a young girl and didn't know the dangers or complexities of the world. So when she heard her master say that Xianxia was powerful and a monster, she felt happy for him from the bottom of her heart, and also looked forward to seeing Xianxia rise up and turn the tables on the shameless people using numbers to bully him. The older man's expression couldn't help but change drastically as he quickly covered the young girl's mouth and nervously looked around. When he discovered that everyone's attention was focused on the movement in the sky as if they hadn't heard the young girl's shout. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief, but he didn't dare to remain where he was. He quickly grabbed his foolish disciple and changed locations. Although it was just a child's words, Sword Pavilion was not to be trifled with. If anyone from Sword Pavilion heard this, the two of them would not be able to leave the grand ancient ruins boundary alive. On the other side, a figure flashed over as a middle-aged man wearing a golden crown and a long robe suddenly appeared in front of Qin Tianfei and the others. He was staring towards the distant sky, carrying his hands behind his back. Head manager. Chen Tianfei and the others quickly greeted. This middle-aged man was none other than Scarlet Star's mysterious head manager. The head manager didn't say anything, as if he hadn't heard their voices. But now that he had come out of seclusion, it was obvious that he had been disturbed by the commotion outside. The divine manifestation was truly too shocking. Even he couldn't sit still. A fire element manifestation. After observing for a while, the head manager suddenly spoke. It should be, Chen Tianfei replied respectfully. This was also quite obvious. Xianxia's body had previously been shrouded in black flames, and he had used a life-and-death battle to stimulate his potential to form his divine manifestation. Now that he had succeeded, it was definitely his fire element manifestation. Lady Qin added, looking at the sun, this Xianxia seems to have condensed a sun's true gold. The divine manifestation was closely related to the materials used to condense a cultivator's strength. Since a miniature sun had appeared, it was only natural that Lady Qin would associate it with sun's true gold. Chen Tianfei stated thoughtfully, I heard that there was a region where the sun star went out and a number of sun's true gold and sun's true fire was found. Could it be that this little brat was also there? If that's the case, then his luck must be quite good. They secretly guessed that Xianxia must have found a 7th order sun's true gold there. Otherwise, how could he have such achievements? It's not sun's true gold. The head manager slowly shook his head as a profound light flashed across his eyes. There is something more inside that great Sunday. Something else. The managers of Scarlet Star were all stunned. When the great sun appeared, it was shining so brightly that it dazzled their eyes and they couldn't see through it clearly. The head manager's strength was greater than theirs though, so he had seen more than they could with just a single glance. With their head manager's input, Chun Tianfei and the others quickly focused their eyes towards the sun. And as expected, there really was something inside. A blurry figure was jumping about in the sun like a living creature. It would occasionally stop to adjust its wings and was exuding a faint ominous aura, giving off an indescribable sense of pressure. It looks like a bird of some sort. Lady Qin furrowed her dark, curvy brows. The sun's light was too dazzling, so even if she carefully observed it, she couldn't see what it was. There's something wrong with it though. Why does it have 3 legs? Chun Tianfei also had a puzzled look on his face, but as soon as he spoke, his expression suddenly changed. The head manager's solemn voice rang out from the front. A 3-legged exotic bird. One that is related to the sun. Junior, you are really something, I've got to hand it to you. Indeed, each generation gives rise to greater geniuses, ha ha ha. Lady Qin covered her red lips with her hand, causing Bei Yushan to be dumbfounded. Even someone as stupid as him had realized what that exotic bird was, let alone the others. 3-legged golden crow. The Ouyang brothers shouted in unison. The fire element Yang Kai had refined was not sun's true gold or sun's true fire, but a golden crow's true fire. When everyone recalled the pitch-black flames surrounding his body and the characteristics of his manifestation, it undoubtedly proved their speculations. It's the golden crow's true fire. This thought caused everyone to jump in fright. Chan Tianfei's body was covered in sweat as he asked in a trembling voice, "Head manager, what order is this golden crow's true fire?" When they saw Yang Kai condense his divine manifestation, they all thought he possessed a 7th-order fire element power. But now it seemed it wasn't just 7th order. The fact that he could refine the golden crow's true fire meant that Yang Kai had once encountered a golden crow, a terrifying existence on par with a true dragon. Only a high-rank open heaven realm master stood a chance to resist such a terrifying creature. Since this boy had encountered a golden crow, why was he not dead? What kind of heaven-defying opportunity was this? The head manager answered, that depends on whether the golden crow carcass he encountered was a child or fully mature. If it's the former, it should be a 7th-order golden crow. If it's the latter, it should be an 8th order. Chen Tianfei's body trembled. I heard that when the sun star went out, there was an adult golden crow that was on the verge of death that was eventually obtained by first-in's owner. Could it be that this brat refined that adult golden crow's true fire? Is this news accurate? The head manager turned his head and asked. In recent years, he had constantly been in retreat, cultivating, attempting to break through to the 6th-order open heaven realm, so he didn't know much about current events. The news is absolutely accurate, Chun Tianfei replied in a serious voice. The head manager gently nodded. The golden crow's true fire is hard to come by in 10,000 years. This boy only has an emperor realm cultivation, so it shouldn't be long since he refined his fire element. If that's the case, his golden crow's true fire might really have come from that great golden crow. 8th order. Chun Tianfei's face was pale as he asked, "Then what does he have to do with first-in's owner?" The news he received was that first-in's owner had obtained the golden crow's carcass. At that time, many people from the cave heavens and paradises had come to compete for it, and more than one high-rank open heaven realm master had appeared. First-in's branch had been completely destroyed, and in the end, First-in's owner came out on top and had been the one to take away the golden crow's carcass safely. If Yang Kai had nothing to do with that person, how could he have obtained this golden crow's true fire? On this point, the head manager was also extremely puzzled. He had never heard of that person having any descendants. I don't think so. The head manager slowly shook his head. The 8th order golden crow's true fire is not something that an emperor realm master can withstand. Even if that person obtained the golden crow's carcass, if he were to give it to a junior disciple, the order of the golden crow's true fire would definitely be lower, otherwise it would cause more harm than good. Head manager is right. Qin Tianfei nodded repeatedly. Even so, it was still too frightening. However, Lady Qin thought of another possibility and muttered, "Since he can refine a fire element material of at least 7th order, doesn't that mean he at least has a wood element of 6th or 7th order? If it were just an ordinary fire element, it would have been fine." For someone like Meng Hong, who had broken and reconstructed his foundation, he could directly refine a fifth-order sun's true fire. There would be no problem as long as his aptitude was good enough and his Dao seal was firm enough. However, how terrifying was the Golden Crow's true fire? If one didn't have a strong enough Dao seal and would element power to suppress it, their Dao seal would be instantly incinerated and destroyed. Such a wood element power would have to at least be 6th order, but it was far more likely it was 7th order. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Yang Kai to condense the true fire successfully. 7th order wood element power and 7th order fire element power. Yang Kai's intentions were clear. He wanted to become a high-rank open heaven master in one fell swoop. His ambitions are too high. We are truly inferior. The head manager slowly shook his head as his straight figure suddenly became a bit hunched, as if he become dispirited. As they spoke, the newly formed sun behind Yang Kai completely stabilized, radiating a dazzling light. As the great sun manifestation appeared, the figure that was being forced back by the defying heaven star net formation also slowly came to a stop. 100 meters away, Luo Qingyun stared at him in shock. Yang Kai grinned at him and formed a hand seal. On this day, the Golden Crow casts the sun. Below the heavens, above the earth, only I am supreme. The Golden Crow's cry resounded through the sky, piercing through the world as it flapped its wings in the sun joyfully. Yang Kai's figure next seemed to merge with the sun before smashing towards the huge sword beam oppressing him in the next moment. With the might of his newly found great sun manifestation, Yang Kai attacked the defying heaven star net formation without fear. Luo Qingyun's face twitched violently as he forcefully recovered from his shock and roared. So what if you have a manifestation? Even if the real Golden Crow was before me, I would still kill it for you to see, let alone a mere manifestation. These words were undoubtedly merely meant to bolster his courage. The defying heaven star net formation was formed by 300 people, but even if it was 3,000 or 30,000 people, if they really encountered a Golden Crow, it wouldn't be enough for them to resist a single breath. However, when two powerful opponents clash, the braver one held the advantage. Now that things had reached this point, only by advancing courageously would they have a chance of survival. Sword Chi surged and the grand formation started running at full force as the auras of the 300 disciples became closely linked. Their strength overlapped as their sword wave surged and collided with the great sun. Two flashes of dazzling light tore through the world, shaking the world. The strange thing was that when they clashed, it didn't cause any sound, not even a single clang. However, in the next moment, the clouds within a radius of 10,000 kilometers vanished, and the world trembled violently as an unimaginable shockwave spread out from the point of impact. The Thunderlight disciples were all sent tumbling while the weaker ones spat out mouthfuls of blood as they fell to the ground, instantly suffering heavy casualties. Julie and Longtai's hearts bled as they watched this scene. This was truly a disaster. After this battle, Thunderlight's foundation would be severely damaged. Who knows how many years it would take for them to recover. Outside the Star City, the defensive Grand Array suddenly flickered, undoubtedly a result of the fallout of Yang Kai and the Sword Pavilion's battle. An Emperor Realm Jr. forming a manifestation. The head manager's eyes flickered with fear, and his tone carried a sense of disbelief. With this manifestation, this child can directly confront a first-order or second-order open heaven realm master. Even a third-order open realm master won't be able to kill him easily. No one had ever been able to form a manifestation in the Emperor realm before. Since ancient times, even the elite core disciples raised in the cave heavens and paradises had to slowly explore and comprehend silently in retreat for years after reaching the open heaven realm before they could produce a manifestation. If that weren't the case, it wouldn't have been so difficult to produce a manifestation, but one's strength would increase dramatically once it was formed. There was a huge difference between a 7th-order open heaven realm master with a manifestation and one without one. It could be said that in a life-or-death battle, a master with a manifestation could easily crush one without. Chen Tianfei and the others all wore solemn expressions. The head manager had always been known for his sharp eye, so since he had said so, it couldn't be wrong. In other words, the current Yang Kai was equivalent to a 1st or 2nd-order open heaven realm master. Such an existence could only be described as invincible in the grand ancient ruins boundary. If Sword Pavilion didn't have their sword formation, these 300 people wouldn't even be enough to fill the gaps between Yang Kai's teeth. Even so, the sword formation was still being pushed back by the sun's pressure, and the huge sword beam was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. Its light was gradually dimming. The Star City was in an uproar. Whenever Sword Pavilion's sword formation appeared, it had always been invincible. But at this moment, it was not Yang Kai's opponent. A single person's strength was actually this powerful? Impossible, how can you be this strong? Luo Qingyun roared as his facial features distorted. Inside the Great Sun, Yang Kai's mocking voice rang out, "It's just that you're too weak." To be honest, Yang Kai didn't expect to be able to achieve such a feat. He had been in retreat all the while, trying to comprehend at least one divine ability from his refined elements. Although he had gained some insights, he had felt that he lacked something. Having encountered such a situation today, he had an idea. He wanted to use this life and death struggle to stimulate his potential and see if he could break through this shackle and comprehend a divine ability. If that wasn't the case, how could he be so foolish as to charge into the camp of thousands of people by himself? With Lu Shui in his hands, he could easily have chosen another method to resolve this crisis. Who would have known that he would stumble upon such a fortune? Not only did Yang Kai comprehend a divine ability, but he had also created a manifestation. Yang Kai still had no idea that he had formed a manifestation. Of course, he only thought that this golden crow casts the sun was a pure divine ability. After all, no one had told him about this before. He hadn't been in the outer universe for long, and although the proprietress had treated him well, she probably hadn't expected him to grow so quickly. At this moment, Yang Kai could clearly feel his strength rising sharply, carrying the power of a true great sun. Even if there was a low-rank open heaven realm master in front of him, Yang Kai could still dare to fight. "I refuse to accept this." Luo Qingyun was enraged, and a bloody mist burst out from his body as his aura once again surged. He was the core of the sword formation, so his increase in strength bolstered the entire sword formation. Judging from his state, it was obvious that he had used some kind of powerful secret technique to temporarily stimulate his potential. Although this secret technique was extremely powerful, it was not something that should be casually used. Nonetheless, once it was used, it would bring about endless trouble to the caster. However, in order to deal with Yang Kai and protect the face of Sword Pavilion, Luo Qingyun could care less about what came after. As he did so, the hundreds of disciples in the sword formation all let out a muffled groan and suddenly felt an immense pressure weighing down on them. However, the might of the sword formation increased dramatically, and in the blink of an eye, it rose to match the great sun's momentum.